Hello and welcome to Timeline Astrology. My name is Gary O'Toole, and in this video, I'm going to go through the signs of the zodiac as per sidereal calculations for January 2022. So if you know your Western tropical chart, then most often you're going to subtract 23 degrees and arrive at the previous sign unless a planet or your rising sign was at the very end of a sign. So keep that in mind as I talk about each of the signs if you follow along, and click on each sign if you prefer just to skip right through to your particular sign. I would highlight the rising and or moon sign in this instance. So before I go ahead with each of the signs of the zodiac, first of all, another thing I want to mention is that whatever we talk about in astrology about transits, Indian astrology views cycles, progressions of planetary cycles or sign-based cycles as more important than transits, because that's like the real meat of it. Transits are overlaid on top of the cycles. So in other words, you might be in a cycle of Saturn or Jupiter or Mars or Venus, whatever it is, that's the planet to keep an eye on more so. So without further ado, let's look at each of the signs, starting with Aries, and I'll share my screen and we can start with rising and or moon sign Aries. And I'll go through the month day by day as I normally do, and highlight some key transits for Aries. Now, this is the 1st of January 2022. This is when the sign Aries actually begins to rise at 12:30 Universal Time on New Year's Day. And you can see here the lineup is quite distinct, really, especially on this chart on the left-hand side, which is this South Indian style chart. The one on the right is the North Indian, and you can see it quite clearly as well. And that is that all the planets have now joined or are on one side of the lunar nodes, Rahu, the North node, and Ketu, the South node. So Rahu and Ketu are now hemming in all of the planets, and really emphasizing and exaggerating possibly and distorting many times as well the significations of these planets. And so that can be a good thing as well in many ways in terms of strengths. It can really highlight strengths, but it can also distort issues. And key strengths that are going on right now, of course, for you Aries, is that your ruling planet Mars is in a very strong position starting the month off, and it's in the sign Scorpio. So if you have Aries rising and or moon sign, then Mars is 8 signs away. And so even though Mars is very powerful in Scorpio, it's with Ketu, it's joined by the moon for New Year's, and it's not an obvious strength. And Scorpio strengths aren't obvious anyway. And for you, Aries, because this is a very hidden part of your life, it's the 8th house from Aries. It's very Scorpio anyway. Everything lines up for Aries anyway. When we talk about general transits, Aries, you always experience them in a very specific personal way anyway. So Scorpio themes are really highlighted right now. And that is, a lot of fears, a lot of things that are coming up for you to deal with, a lot of issues around joint resources and unforeseen circumstances and changes that you have no control over also perhaps. And at the same time, because Mars, your ruler, is here and very strong with the South Node Ketu, it's showing that you're really going through a lot of processes now that are strengthening you. Some deep inner work that is really at its core bringing out a lot of strength. Eventually, that will be apparent to you. It might not be so obvious from the get-go because it's like an internal processing, a very internal strength, an emotional resilience that you're developing right now, Aries. So with any changes that might be going on in your world, view them as that, I would say, and it would be an easier way to deal with any changes, that these changes are making you more resilient, making you more emotionally, courageous, making you just feel more powerful, making you feel empowered. So that's the great thing about Mars when it's very strong, and Mars will be very strong for much of 2022, Aries. So definitely a year to take advantage of. So that's the main thing in the beginning of the month, Mars in your 8th sign. We have Venus, your 7th lord and your 2nd lord, in your ninth sign return to Sagittarius. That's Venus retrograde. So Venus retrograde representing the other, any other, but specifically your partner or any partners, even if it were business partners, there's some delay in place now for you, Aries, where you might not be experiencing something. There might be something that's denied you, for example, or your partner has been denied something, or there could be some issues around money because, of course, Venus rules your second sign, so it's very much about resources. And because Mars is in your eighth sign with the South Node, there's definitely some issues around money and you and your partner dealing with some of these issues. But even if it's not money, it could be something like shared values and values in terms of intangible values, things that you find important to you and meaningful as well. So it's Sagittarius, Venus retrograde in Sagittarius, your ninth sign. So it's about very much about questioning what it is that you value, and in your partner as well, what it is that is meaningful to you both. So this is a temporary transit with Venus retrograde until January 29th, but it is the whole month of January. So Aries, you might be feeling this sense of having to really think again and review these big issues around values and shared values and worth and self-worth, as well as your partner's worth and all of that. So lots of complex issues that you're dealing with now because Venus will retrograde, like I said, throughout the month. Mars will also join it later on by January 16th. So your ruling planet Mars going into Sagittarius, joining Venus in the ninth sign. You know, this is the potential now, especially leading into February when they come together exactly on Valentine's Day in February. I'll talk more about that next month, but really you are going through a lot of processes now with your partner and your own need to kind of state your case and your beliefs. And this could lead to issues, of course, with your partner. And this is something to be mindful of. Added to that, Mercury will also retrograde from mid-month. So there's a lot of changes happening mid-month. The sun will move into Capricorn on January 14th as Mercury stations retrograde in Capricorn, conjunct Saturn, almost quite closely conjunct Saturn, but in between Saturn and Pluto in Capricorn. And so this Aries is your 10th house. So very much about your work, your career, your status in life, and the actions you're taking now. And it might feel like the plans that you put in place have to be reviewed in a big way from January, mid-January especially. And at the same time, you're really focusing a lot on that because the Sun, Mercury, Saturn, Pluto, all in your 10th house. And so Jupiter and Venus being on either side shows that there are some good potentials here as well for you in terms of work, Aries, but it's just there's a lot to negotiate, and together with Venus retrograde, a lot to consider, and other people's opinions to consider, and other people's values and resources that need to be considered in terms of anything you're doing, any action you're taking, or any kind of career objectives. So let me highlight, first of all, this is the 1st of January, as I said, but a major new reset for the new year happens the day after, on the 2nd of January, because we have a new moon. The new moon occurs in Sagittarius, and it's in the sign, your ninth sign. So Sagittarius being the ninth sign, all about purpose and meaning and inspiration and feeling inspired and needing to look within for that inspiration as well. When you add Venus retrograde within that domain and looking for the resources within yourself as well with Venus retrograde, not just looking for the external resources, because if they're denied you, however temporarily, with Venus retrograde, there's no choice therefore then to look within and see, what do I have within myself, or what do I have myself in order to make this thing that I want to make happen. So this is the new moon on the 2nd of January. It's an important time to really state some intentions here because of the ninth sign, the most auspicious of your chart, Aries. And this will be a good time to kind of really think about what it is that you want to do, what gives your life meaning and purpose. So that's the 2nd of January. On the same day, Jupiter has moved lunar mansions as well within Aquarius. And this is your 11th sign, and it's joining Neptune and into the spring. There's a big theme beginning to take hold here in your life, Aries, which is all about your bigger ambitions in life, your bigger hopes and dreams, and how you connect with groups and society and communities around you as well, and what you wish to gain from anything that you're doing. Because now that there's such a focus, and has been for the last 2 years, on what's not working anymore in terms of Saturn, Pluto, all of that in the 10th sign, Mercury retrograde now is really emphasizing that and needing to kind of really review what's been, not working for the last 2 years. But while you're processing all of that in January and into February and figuring out, well, what doesn't work anymore now, how do I rework this? And in fact, then what do I actually want to do in the first place? Because what do I want to gain from anything I do, which is what the 11th sign is all about. And Jupiter and Neptune here in the 11th sign, and coming together in April, and that building into April as well, this sense of actually what gives me inspiration and meaning and purpose also in that sense, like whatever I'm doing. So moving it on, I'll bring it to actually the Sun moving into your 10th sign. You can see here the moon is transiting Mercury, Saturn, Pluto first, and then Jupiter, Neptune. So highlighting all of these bigger themes in your life. All of these signs, the 10th and 11th houses in your chart, Aries, are very much about big themes in terms of what you're doing, and thinking about long-term objectives and goals as well. The moon joins your sign then by the 9th into the 10th and 11th, and into the 12th then, and we can see then the moon joins Rahu, the north node, in your 2nd, while Mars, your ruler, edges closer to the edge of Scorpio in your 8th. And again, this is highlighting, as it has been for the last year, the nodes in your 2nd and 8th house, these issues around resources and maybe a lack of resources and a need to overcome some challenges and vulnerabilities and changes, and to stabilize yourself with some, income or something like that, or just a sense of having things around you that make you feel safe and secure, as Rahu in the 2nd house. But it's unpredictable for sure with Rahu. And so there's a need to, at the same time now with Mars in the 8th sign with Ketu and the moon opposite now by mid-month, I really need to look back at this and at the whole year really, and how it's really kind of building into this kind of climactic period in a way, with the nodes now hemming in all the planets and creating more extreme situations where, okay, I need to kind of let this go and to do this thing. And it can create this lopsided approach in your life where it kind of like everything is pinning on these things, where it's like, if I don't have the resources and people are not bringing them to me, then how do I get this done? How can I make this happen? So that's a big theme moving forward in the next few months. And then maybe what needs to be dropped in order to balance everything out again. So here we see on the 14th that the sun now and the sun has moved into Capricorn, and Mercury has stationed retrograde at 16 degrees. So see here, Saturn is at 19 degrees, quite close. And that definitely is a time to really focus on what you're doing and what you probably need to redo now and rethink that's just not working anymore. And by doing that, of course, you'll be able to make it work better for you. You'll be able to improve this part of your life. But it's certainly a process with Mercury retrograde, and it's not necessarily an easy one, but you can do it, absolutely. There's a lot of strength available here with Saturn, especially throughout this whole period, in a very strong position in Capricorn. So that's from the 14th of January, where things start to really sort of, after the initial couple of weeks of Sun in Sagittarius and this sense of new, like a new year, new hope and wishes for a new year. But then by mid-January, as it is every year, the Sun then moves into Capricorn, and then it feels a bit like, okay, this might be my dream, but how do I make it happen? How do I get there? How do I make it to the top? How do I reach that peak, that goal that I have, whatever it is? And that's Capricorn. But because Mercury is retrograde now from the period that the sun goes into the peak sign, Capricorn, you really, as you're going up the peak, you're really having to review why you're doing any of it in the first place. And actually, maybe just even the little things, maybe it's the small things about, well, maybe I just need to rethink how I do this and this. And again, thinking about the bigger picture all the time with Capricorn is like, again, why do I do anything? What is the purpose? So then the next thing I want to highlight then is on the 16th, when Mars, your ruler, moves into Sagittarius. Now, this is quite tricky, the actual juncture between Scorpio and Sagittarius, your 8th and 9th sign. And the 8th and 9th sign anyway is that journey from a lot of changes and vulnerabilities with Scorpio that lead to a more assured, confident sense of purpose and meaning and wanting to express that clearly. It's like when the clouds clear and the sun shines through. That's the journey from Scorpio to Sagittarius. So your ruling planet moving through here, there might be an initial sort of dark night in a way, before it clears and moves into Sagittarius around the 16th. So that's something to be mindful of, Aries. But then it settles in. And as it settles in, you see here that, and before I move forward, we look at the full moon as well, on the 17th, and that's in Cancer. But before we look at that, Mars now clearing into Sagittarius is a time to be really clear about what you find meaningful and purposeful. And again, how that leads to any kind of action you take and what you would gain from anything in the first place, because you have to always draw it back to Sagittarius. And because of all of these signs, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and then eventually Pisces, all being really highlighted in 2022, starting the year out thinking about drawing it back to what is it that I find meaningful and purposeful in the first place. Because then it leads to actions that are purposeful and deliberate and responsible and conscientious and all of that, and the rewards that come from that, and eventually letting go of it all and starting again with some new plan, which is where we start back with Aries, your sign. So because Aries, you're very much that sort of energy of, wanting to start something new and do something new and, grab the bull by the horns, as it were. In this case, perhaps the ram. It's that initial impulse to do anything. Again, it's always good to draw it back into the 9th sign Sagittarius with your ruler Mars there now in mid-January onwards, and ask why. Why do I do anything? So then from like I said, the 17th, then at the end of the 17th and to the 18th, we have this full moon. So this full moon is in Cancer. It's in your 4th sign, and it balances out, all of these kind of things that are heaped up on one side of the zodiac for you, which is especially in terms of your career and your hopes for that and what you wish to do and gain from that. And the moon then on the other side of the nodes, temporarily breaking this combination, this Kala Sarpa Yoga, it's called, the serpent of time with the nodes. It's offering a potential balance here, and the balance is of course between work and life. Because if you're only focusing on work all the time, that's not a very balanced way to live. So the moon in your 4th sign and the full moon in your 4th sign especially is about asking you what it is you enjoy. What would you like to do, in the privacy of your own home? In, what gives your heart pleasure and comfort and joy? And so it's a much more private full moon in that case, with the full moon in your 4th house on the 17th. So then the 18th, we have Uranus, which has been retrograde for months now in your sign, has moved forward, or will start to move forward on the 18th. So it stations direct. So because it stations direct in your sign, it's very much about now having done a lot of internal work on yourself and changes that needed to be made. It's now more about taking those changes and making some external changes, because if you obviously internally change, if you change, the world around you changes. And now the Uranus stationing direct is about making those changes. But that's a process. It's a slow process that is going over many months, with Uranus now slowly moving forward. Then finishing out the month, I want to highlight then the biggest change at the end of the month then is the Venus stationing, and the moon will join it at that stage. So you can see the moon then waning back into Scorpio as it did start the month, back into Scorpio, back with the nodes, and re-triggering this Kala Sarpa Yoga in an even more powerful way, especially after the moon then moves into Sagittarius on the 29th. Because you can see here that all the planets are on one side of the nodes, and no planets are joining the nodes. So it's a very powerful combination with all the planets actually, and all the visible planets in just 3 signs. And this is quite a fierce, sharp indication, combination. And again, considering the 9th, 10th, and 11th houses of your chart, these are really key areas of your life, and a sense of purpose, and doing something purposefully, and the gains that you accrue from that. That is the ninth, 10th, and 11th house of the zodiac for you, Aries. So there's a lot of focus here during, I would say, the whole year, but really it's starting out in the big way, in that way, in January, Aries. So now Mars is settling into your ninth sign with Venus coming together. That's a lot of passion to be expressed through others as well. Be mindful of that it doesn't spill over into arguments with your partner, especially into February. I'll talk more about that next month. But the moon now joining Venus, which is now stationing direct, at least gives you a sense of things moving forward now. And the things that may have been denied you in January in terms of your partner, your relationships, or resources can now finally start to move forward, and you can start to acquire some of these things that are needed. Mercury still has to station direct in the coming days in February, but as it does so, you can then start to plan ahead, because when you get the resources that you need, when you get people on board that you need on board with you with Venus, you can then with Mercury start to plan these things and do whatever it is you want to do. So Aries, that's the month of January 2022. I hope you found that helpful. And moving on to the next sign, and that's Taurus. Hello, Taurus. This is a forecast for Taurus rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Taurus, you can see here with the lineup of planets in January and beginning the month and the year on the 1st of January at 1:30 p.m. Universal Time, Taurus begins to rise, and Rahu in Taurus really highlights, accentuates the theme of Rahu in the first and Ketu in the seventh. The North Node, Rahu in the first, Ketu, the South Node, in the seventh, with the Moon and Mars having joined Ketu in Scorpio in your seventh. And so this is really highlighting the themes of self versus the other. Any experience of self and any experience of other. Now, it could be any other, whether it's a partner or whether it's the world out there or whether it's anything that you experience. And there can be a sense of needing to increase or exaggerate or even distort the self by the exaggeration at the expense of the other, with Ketu in the seventh. So being mindful of perhaps not burning bridges at this time, because this is a temporary transit, as all transits like these are. Mars, especially in your seventh, and throughout the first weeks of January at any rate until the 16th of January, can be disruptive, and especially beginning the month, because Mars is conjunct the eclipse degree of December 4th, and triggering something there in your seventh house with Ketu, the South Node. And that brings up some issues from the past, perhaps. It might be even some past dynamic that you had with a previous partner, or it might be some past issue with your current partner. And so it could bring something up and trigger it. And then, again, be mindful of burning bridges, because it's a temporary transit. You might need to clear the air. You might need to say something that needs to be said, but, you don't also have to destroy anyone in the process. And, Taurus, it's not your nature anyway to be like that. You're, usually quite amiable and, and friendly and nice, but being nice sometimes can really, actually get you into more trouble, So that's the other thing, to find a balance between always for Taurus and Scorpio, the needs of the other versus your own needs. Because you're ruled by Venus, you're so compromising and so nice. Rahu in Taurus now really exaggerating, highlighting those themes, but also highlighting yourself as well. And why would you be nice in the first place? Of course, because there's something that you want to get out of that. And so Rahu is all about what we want. Ketu is all about what we want to let go of. And because Rahu is in the first of self and Ketu in the seventh of other, you might be letting go of people right now. You might be having to say goodbye to someone. You might even just the idea of the person, even if it's just that notion of who that person is, and get real with them and go deeper with them, find who they really are, as opposed to kind of an idealized version. Because Ketu and Mars in Scorpio in your seventh can certainly show the possibility of being really hyper focused and really like pinpointing something to the point where you might be very critical, but it also could be that you could also remove that thing that thing that you do with the other, that the way you interact with another, the way you express yourself in a relationship, the way you are in a relationship, the potential for actually getting rid of those things now and to really deeply relate without those superficial layers, to really go to the heart of it. And certainly with the moon joining Mars and Ketu on New Year's Eve and into New Year's Day, there's a potential for really getting this trigger now and seeing that clearly, the dynamics involved between you, yourself, and the other. So this has been a big theme anyway for the last year, but it's really coming to a head by the end of December into the beginning of January. And as it does so, again, be very vigilant, be very mindful, and not perhaps as reactive as this, suggests. There's a lot of potential for a lot of reactivity here. And even if you do, there you go. So what? I mean, at least it's out in the open, and they say what they have to say, or you say what you have to say, and now you know. And we're always best knowing, and that's what Ketu, the South Node, always does. It brings things up into our awareness, and Mars pushes it really forcefully sometimes out into our awareness. So with the moon joining them now for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, yeah, just the potential there for getting some insight is certainly highlighted. So the other key thing, of course, in January is that Venus, your ruler, is retrograde. So while you're trying to go through all of this, jumbling up all of these issues and trying to figure it all out, who you are and what the other person's about and how are you going to relate, you've got Venus, your ruler, retrograde in your 8th sign. So there's a lot of things to work out now for you, very personal things. And the 8th house is very much about things that are not easily worked out. It's very hidden aspects. And so in a relationship, it would be all of those kind of icky, sticky, messy kind of issues. So of course, that obviously represents intimacy, but it's not just physical intimacy, it's emotional intimacy. It's where things kind of get a bit messy, like I said. So, but messy is good. Messy is what keeps relationships interesting and keeps people together. And sexual, physical intimacy also is like keeping people together. It's the 8th sign, so it's the second from the 7th, the partner. So it's what feeds the relationship. It's literally like making love to your partner is what is feeding your relationship. You're making love. So it's something you make together. So the 8th sign, Venus retrograde now, your ruler and your 6th lord, is looking at these things and how you relate intimately and what are the obstacles to relating intimately. And so when we add that to the fact that Ketu and Mars are in your 7th, asking you to get rid of anything that's blocking your way in being able to relate, you can see the potential here, Taurus, for you to really have some deep relations right now, real deep insights into your relations, if not actual real deep connections with someone. The potential is really there. And that's going on throughout the month because Venus is retrograde all month until January 29th. So that's something to highlight. Sun is there also in your 8th house, really highlighting these issues. Now, practically, the 8th house is also things like joint resources and what values. So it's like when you and your partner get together, or you and any other get together, it's like, what do you both want to do? What are you both interested in doing together? What have you both brought to the table? So that's the beginning of the month. Let me bring it to the 2nd of January, because then we have a new moon. So the new month, the new year starts off with a new moon. And so that's a real reset point. So the new moon on January 2nd in your 8th sign with Venus, your Lord, retrograde, is really highlighting, these hidden aspects in your relationship, the 8th house aspects, intimacy, and again, joint values, bringing it all out. Talking about these things would be helpful, of course, because Venus retrograde can sometimes deny that very thing. You might feel denied in some way, or, again, if you're not talking about it, it's about speaking about these things. And the new moon could be also about setting some intentions around these things and what it is that you want to experience intimately with this person or in this situation or with others in general. What's actually blocking me? Because one person's, lack of intimacy, you know, and would be maybe another person's healthy boundary. So maybe it is a case that you do have to think about your boundaries and in intimacy and what that is. So Venus retrograde is about being clear more about boundaries. And although it's not clear initially, retrograde planets are kind of all over the place, all or nothing about things. The process of being all or nothing about anything is a process of figuring that healthy balance out. And this is what you'll be figuring out, Taurus, in January for sure. A healthy balance in your daily routine, as well as your own healthy habits and all of that as well, are a big part of this. And any kind of eighth house matters in terms of health would be really highlighted in January. And of course, New Year's resolutions and all of that, this could really be part of that. So that's the new moon, definitely setting some intentions around the 2nd of January. The next thing I want to talk about then is the Jupiter transit. Let's first of all actually talk about this moon joining Mercury, Saturn, and Pluto, all gathered in Capricorn, and the sun will move in here as well by the 14th as Mercury stations retrograde. So there's a lot going on in your ninth sign in Capricorn. So Taurus, this is really highlighting, you know, travel, studies, but also what is purposeful and meaningful to you in your life. If your father is alive, or any mentors or any teachers, or your own ability to teach and mentor others, ninth sign is very much about higher mind, higher philosophies, thinking about things more meaningful in that way. But of course, Taurus, because the ninth sign in your chart is Capricorn, you are probably one of the most pragmatic philosophers there are. So it's like it's very practical and down to earth issues that have to that are, you know, for you, what philosophy is all about. So it's not just about high-minded thinking and all of these, you know, highbrow kind of notions. No, it's more about actually how do these work for me? Whatever I believe, whatever I think, how does this actually work? How does it pan out in the end? And that's what Capricorn is all about. And of course, because Saturn is here and Pluto and Mercury retrograde soon and Sun, a lot of emphasis on what it is you believe is possible, and Mercury retrograde asking you to really review what you think is possible more than anything. So that's Capricorn and the ninth sign. I'll talk more about that when we see Mercury retrograde by mid-month and the sun move in. Then I want to talk about Jupiter and Neptune, which is a highlight for the next few months as it builds in intensity as they come together by April. But starting the year out and the moon joining them on the 6th and 7th, we can see here that Jupiter and Neptune, the potential all along is this sense of, you know, not being very clear about what you're doing, perhaps, or maybe having a big dream to do something. But Neptune isn't always clear about how you go about doing that. And so the initial thing, though, is to have a dream, to have something that you want to do. Jupiter, Neptune coming together in your 10th sign of whatever it is you're doing, and especially in terms of career and work, all of that. But any action you're taking, having a dream, a thing that you would like to do, is setting an intention as well around this new year and getting, I guess, not necessarily clear about it just yet, because until Saturn moves in the summer, you might not be 100% clear about it, but you still have to have a dream about what it is you want to do. So now it might be a good time in the new year and New Year's resolutions and all of that to be, to think big, you know, to think big, and then to understand that some dreams might float away and not become apparent at any point, but some dreams might actually be grounded in reality, and you can really bring them down to earth and make it happen. And that will become apparent to you in the coming months anyway, so don't worry about it. So that's the moon joining Neptune and Jupiter on the 6th, 7th. Then moon moves into Pisces and then joins Uranus in Aries, which I'll talk about now in a minute as well, because moon joining Uranus in Aries and Uranus stationing now, slowing down and preparing to station by the 18th of January and move direct, is highlighting the need to move forward with changes that have to be made, whereas retrograde has been for the last few months very much about making some internal changes. Uranus retrograde in your 12th house, which is quite hidden and subconscious anyway, and still very much internal in many ways, it's still about making some external changes with it direct now and moving forward over the coming months. And you know, the 12th house is very much about long-term plans as well, and what maybe needs to be let go of more than anything else in order for you to make changes in your life. And when we tie this into the kind of bigger dreams and aspirations and making things real in very many other ways, it's as much about what you need to forego to make those dreams a reality in many ways. The moon then joins Rahu in your sign on the 13th, 14th. And so this is really highlighting once again the themes of self and other, with Mars now edging closer to the edge of Scorpio, your 7th sign, with Ketu here. And they'll soon break up on the 16th. And, you know, it's not that this issue, the themes here are not still going on. They are until April, more so because of the nodes here in your 1st and 7th until April. But at least the intensity is moving on by mid-January with Mars moving out. And so it's intense in another way, which I'll show you now and how that's lining up. But because Mars in your 7th is intense in a kind of very challenging way sometimes, and it could be very passionate too, that's great. So it's kind of, it is easing somewhat for you, Taurus. Now, before we get to Mars moving out and all of that, let's look at what's happening in your 9th sign, because you can see here now that the sun has moved into Capricorn, your 9th, and Mercury has stationed retrograde in between Saturn and Pluto. And these bigger, longer themes, these really long-term themes that are going on in your 9th sign are really emphasized now in January by mid-month, and really focusing and refocusing your attention and intention on what it is that you want to do, what's purposeful and meaningful for you, and being practical and pragmatic about it, about all of that. But because Mercury's retrograde, it's not always the most practical time, because there's so many like different things to work out, and there's so many things to reconsider, that you might get sort of bogged down in all of these things and not be very clear about them. And so Mercury retrogrades are very much about slowing down, paying attention, double checking, even triple checking things before you make a decision about anything, and maybe not even making a major decision about anything until it's started to station direct by the beginning of February. So Mercury won't station until February 4th, but you know, and at that stage, Venus will have stationed also. So really January in a sense is setting some intentions, of course, for the new year, but really it's more about review than anything else with this Mercury retrograde, but also with your Venus retrograde, your ruler. So that's Mercury retrograde, the sun then highlighting that whole area. The sun in the 9th house, you know, it's a very powerful position, of course, for the sun to be very clear about what it is that you find meaningful and purposeful in your life in the first place, and what sparks you, what inspires you. That's the 9th sign. So that's the 15th to 16th. Now the 16th, Mars, you can see now, has moved out of Scorpio. Now again, that eases the intensity in one way because it's not in direct line of sight, but it puts it into the 8th house, Taurus, and that's more hidden. And that in a way for Mars could be a bit more of an issue in a way, because at least when you see Mars, when you see someone coming at you, someone's being obviously confrontational, well, that's fine, because they're obviously confrontational, or they're obviously sexual, or they're obviously whatever, passionate, and you can see them coming. When it's in the 8th house, it's hidden from you somewhat. And your own passions, your own desires can get hidden from you. And because when we add the fact that Venus is retrograde, now with Mars coming together with Venus in your 8th sign, this could be where it like really kind of starts to build intensity within you without being expressed easily outwardly. And so this is the time to be really mindful of your passions and your desires and how you go about expressing those with other people and in general. So Mars in the 8th house is a time to be really focused on those, and how you and whoever other, any other, but especially your significant other, come together and form bonds. And again, whether it's emotional or physical bond, ideally both, or any kind of joint resources, joint ventures, any kind of joint anything is 8th house. So of course you have to be open and mindful to the fact that 8th house is anything that you're also not really fully in control of. And Mars in the 8th, well, Mars itself is a part of you that likes to be in control. And maybe your partner who's maybe feeling a sense of losing control. And all of these things could be issues because the eighth house is not 100% in control. They're kind of the unexpected changes that are happening in your life that you have to be kind of open to. And so just being open to that part of allowing things to be more and guiding your partner into that space of just kind of leaning more into the uncertainty. Now, when we have the fact that all of the planets, apart from the moon at this point, but the moon will join them again by the end of the month, are on one side of the nodes, Rahu Ketu, it's really in another way emphasizing the kind of split here between yourself and the other. The kind of need to find more wholeness here, to join everything up, to kind of get a sense of, you know, instead of feeling it as being a separate self and that there's this other, to really kind of, you know, place hand on heart, as Kishori, my mentor, says, and really just feel into it, you know, and join head and heart and head and body and experience and wishes and desires and experience together, you know, instead of it being this kind of disparate parts of this is what I want, but this is what is, or this is what I feel, you know, in this kind of disjointed sense. Because the nodes sense, the nose can give you this sense of being disjointed in some way. So that's something to be mindful of, especially now when all the planets are on one side of the nodes. There's a sense of things being disjointed, or the potential, at least, for things being disjointed. You can see here that the 18th Uranus has stationed direct. The line has gone from under it in this software that denotes retrograde. So you can see here Venus is retrograde with a line under it, Mercury retrograde with a line under it. Rahu Ketu always are retrograde. The mean nodes are always retrograde. They always behave that way. So when planets retrograde, they behave a bit like that, a bit out of the box, a bit unusual. Things are a bit more unusual at this time, Taurus. So you have to be open to that. And because, again, Venus is retrograde in your 8th, again, being open to something unusual happening. And that could be really good. That could be really pleasurable too. I want to highlight then at the end of the month, well, first of all, I actually forgot just one other thing before we go forward, is the full moon on the 17th. So the 17th is a full moon in Cancer, and it's balancing out all of these things, which again, with the nodes can feel a bit lopsided, where you're overemphasizing certain areas of your chart, of your life, where you're really thinking about what's happening and the changes that are happening and what's meaningful to you and what you're doing in life. And all of that can be really focused, and maybe a bit too much focus, and you may be overly focusing on that. And so the moon then comes opposite for the full moon on the 17th, and that's asking you to be really aware of what it is that gives you interest and what piques your interest and what would you like to do, and to find balance between all of these things and what you feel like you need to do as well. You know, these kind of highbrow, high-minded issues all the time, you know, the 9th house, you know, need to be balanced with just some enjoyment, just some good times. It's the 3rd house. Some, you know, taking a short vacation, a trip, you know, that might be a good way of balancing out these kind of things where if you're getting too bogged down in these kind of bigger questions, maybe just have a little bit of a break here for the full moon around the 17th into the 18th. So bringing it forward again, we can see that the moon, as it started the month, goes into Scorpio, and it really highlights again the other, and any kind of interaction with another Taurus is what's up here for debate. And again, it's about ridding the relationship of things that are of no use to anyone, but as long as you're not, again, burning bridges, unless that is absolutely necessary, of course, because you wouldn't want to hold on to a relationship that is no longer in any way helpful to anyone. But Ketu, the tendency for Ketu, and especially, remember I said in the beginning of the month, with Mars there and the moon, the potential to be very reactive is there. And it's again there by the end of the month with moon on the 27th, 28th in Scorpio. Now the moon then moves into Sagittarius on the 29th, and that's when your ruler, Venus, stations direct. So anything you've been denied, or you felt like you've been denied in January, can start to feel like it's coming again. And so moving forward in terms of personally a sense of moving forward around these, again, more complex issues, for sure. 8th house issues can be quite complex and unseen, and unheard and just felt and maybe not expressed at all. But at least now with Venus retrograde now moving direct again, there is this sense of, okay, I can, at least move forward with this. Things can start to move forward, even if I feel like I'm not doing anything, but things are moving forward again. And because then in the coming days, Mercury will also move forward in your ninth house. That's then when you can start to plan ahead, and especially if you are planning travels in February, that's a good time to plan ahead and to actually maybe take that on board. In January, especially from mid-January till the beginning of February with Mercury retrograde in your ninth, any kind of travel would certainly have a sort of component of delay involved. And so a need to be really mindful of giving yourself that extra bit of time to reach your flights in time and connections and all of that if you're making really long-term travels or long-distance travel a reality. So that's really the month of January, Taurus. I hope you found that helpful. And as always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And so on to the next sign, and that is Gemini. Hello, Gemini. This is a forecast for Gemini rising and or Gemini moon sign for January 2022. So Gemini, your ruling planet Mercury is in your 8th sign between Saturn and Pluto. And this is, a more hidden part of your life. There are more hidden dynamics going on here, but that will become even more so perhaps when then Mercury stations retrograde by mid-month as the sun moves into Capricorn. And again, sidereal astrology, the sun moves into Capricorn on the 14th of January every year, and it really highlights this part of your life every year. And so it's kind of like 8th house, the kind of unforeseen circumstances that crop up by mid-January onwards, the sense of, things that are changing around you that you maybe have less a sense of control over, and more need to kind of go with the flow a little bit more, and to understand and to reflect upon and to review the bigger changes perhaps also that have been going on for some time now, because Saturn moved into your 8th sign in January 2020, and it's been there for the last 2 years now. So you're really looking at, with Mercury retrograde now, reflecting and reviewing all of these big changes that have happened for you in your life. And 8th house is very much about, the uncontrollable changes that are happening around you, but also 8th house is all about how you feel within yourself and the changes within and in your relationship, especially, or in any kind of relationship, whether it's your significant other or any kind of engagement with the world around you, those kinds of things that you're not completely in control of. That's 8th sign. So Mercury retrograde, your ruler here, is asking you to really look closely at these things and to kind of rethink and redo the way you approach this part of your life, which again is not the easiest part to deal with because it represents things that you don't necessarily have, again, 100% control over. Like you might say, we don't have 100% control over anything. But the 8th house especially, it's this hidden dynamic, it's this unexpected changes, things that come our way that we just did not see. Like a pandemic, for example. So, for example, Mercury retrograde now might be really getting you to really focus in January on reflecting on this and the changes that have happened in your life, and how do you move forward now with these changes? How can you plan around these changes as well? And how can you plan currently around the restrictions? Because Mercury is hemmed in between Saturn and Pluto in Capricorn, a sign that is restricted anyway. So it's definitely a time to be patient, I would say, Gemini. A lot of patience required, a lot of internal work that can be done at this time as well. As we're really going through in winter, for most of us on the planet, we're all in winter. This sense of things that are outside of control again, and we have to, be patient with Mercury retrograde this time. We have to be patient with Mercury retrograde every time it retrogrades, but this time especially in Capricorn between Saturn and Pluto. On top of that, of course, we have Venus retrograde in your 7th sign. And this is really highlighting your relationships and how you relate in general. The sun is there, of course. Venus retrograde The moon is there, so we have a new moon on the 2nd of January, and it's really highlighting, and I'll bring that forward so you can see the 2nd of January and the new moon. It's really highlighting the need to reset some intentions here around your relationship and how you relate in general, and to really review and reflect upon as well your relationships and what is meaningful and purposeful, and how do you plan around your partner's own wishes and all of that, and how do you plan things together, and if there's children involved, especially because Venus is your 5th lord, how do you plan for those things? So there's a lot of replanning and reconsidering things with Venus retrograde as well. And again, because Venus rules the 12th sign, it's adding in those kind of unforeseen hidden dynamics that you, again, although you can't see, there's a part of you that is aware of all of this, that there's obviously some hidden aspects going on in all of this. So it's about resetting some intentions and leaving things, you know, open a bit at this time in January, because Venus is retrograde all month until January 29th. And so as you're reconsidering and reevaluating all of these things, in terms of, for example, children, in terms of creativity, in terms of any kind of future projections, and together with your partner, just be patient with it, I would say, in January, because there's a whole lot to reconsider in January. Not just because of Venus retrograde, but again, because of your ruler, Mercury retrograde, in a very restricted environment in Capricorn between Saturn and Pluto. So be patient, do that internal work, review things, reflect on things, be very retrospective, and that will be a better use of the time than trying to kind of plow ahead with plans and plow ahead with this and that and the other. It's just, that would not be a good use of the energy. It's really asking you to go back a bit more, review. It might even feel like things are denied you somewhat, and that's only temporary. Venus and Mercury are very fast moving planets, and they will start moving forward again in February. So it's really just January. So that's the new moon. Again, a good time, always new moon anyway, to reset some intentions, but in this case, again, around your relationship. And in your relationship to your children as well, remember, because Venus is your 5th lord. So let me move it forward and bring it to the next thing I want to show you. So again, moon then joins Saturn, Mercury, Pluto on 4th and 5th. And, you know, that is really highlighting the themes of Saturn and Pluto and those restrictions that, again, aren't going anywhere right now. It is breaking up in the summer, but right now those are still there. But then I want to highlight something else where we're moving on to, and where you're moving on to, Gemini, which is Jupiter and Neptune in your 9th sign. This is Aquarius. So Jupiter and Neptune are coming together in Aquarius by the end of, or by April. They're coming together at the very last degree of Aquarius. And this is your 9th sign, and this is very much more hopeful, a lot more hopeful, Gemini. So there's something, despite everything else I said, something more hopeful there in your mind's eye, something you feel is inspiring you to move forward. There's some new hope. It's just that it might not be very clear right now. You maybe just get a sense of it, and the picture hasn't fully formed in your mind's eye, perhaps, because Neptune can tend to blur things to keep that dream alive. Because if you're too focused on it, perhaps, then it's like you're asking too many details, and I can't actually see that yet. You might lose hope. But if you kind of keep that picture in your mind's eye, even if it were a bit blurry, it's okay to kind of be a bit fuzzy about it now. How are you going to work out the details later? Because you will work them out later. So for now, it's better to actually be kind of a bit blurry around them, a bit fuzzy about them, but to be hopeful about them. That's what I would say about Neptune and Jupiter in your 9th sign. There is more hope. There is hope there. And that hope will be built upon when then Saturn in the summer moves into Aquarius, into your 9th. And then you can start to make those dreams a reality. And it'll be very clear at that point as well, what are dreams that can become a reality, and what are dreams that are absolute utter fantasy. Those things will become clear. You don't have to be clear about them right now. So hang on in there in terms of those kinds of things that give you inspiration. 9th sign is very much about what inspires you and gives your life meaning. And Jupiter in the 9th is the best, one of the best places to put Jupiter. And it's aspecting your sign. So there's some sense of real sense of hope here. But again, as long as you're not getting too bogged down in the details, because there's a lot of things to work out yet. So that's the moon joining Jupiter and Neptune 5th and 6th into the 7th, in the 7th. And then it moves into Pisces and moves on. And I'm going to show you then a few of the things that are changing by mid-month. The first thing to change by mid-month, I'll show you the moon then goes and meets with Rahu again. And you'll notice one thing here, that up until this point, all the planets are on one side of the nose for the first couple of weeks. And by the end of the month, it's the same again, as moon goes back into Scorpio as it starts the month. They're all on one side of the nose and highlighting this disparity really between Rahu in Taurus, Ketu in Scorpio. The split that can be there between Rahu in Taurus and Ketu in Scorpio. Rahu in Scorpio, or Rahu in Taurus, pardon me, conjoined by the moon now as well by mid-month, is highlighting the theme of wanting to retreat, to get away, to run to the hills, Gemini. They kind of just want to escape in some way. There's some need on some level for you to escape. On the other hand, Ketu in Scorpio and joined by Mars as well is asking you to really deal with some problems. There's some issues there to be dealt with in January because of Mars here especially. And it starts out from the get-go, and it has been since the end of December with Mars in Scorpio. There's some issue that has to be dealt with. And the 6th house, Ketu, Mars, although both very strong, it's going to challenge you to deal with stuff. Some issue that has to be dealt with, but at the same time, you don't want to necessarily, and you might just want to escape. And that's Rahu in the 12th house. So that's just something to be mindful of, with these kinds of imbalances, as the nodes always show imbalances for everybody. These are the two areas of your life where you experience in the 6th and 12th, dealing with problems and running away from your problems. And so how do you manage that balance? How do you get some downtime and break in away time while dealing with paying the bills and dealing with that person and this thing and that thing? So it's about balancing those two extremes. Gemini, that's a big theme that's going on, has been going on for the last year, continues to go on more so until April, but especially now with Mars at the end of December and for January, or for all of December really, and in January, that's been the theme. So the moon then moves into your sign by mid-month, but before then I want to show you another thing that's being highlighted here, and that's the sun moves into Capricorn on the 14th, and your ruler Mercury stations retrograde between Saturn and Pluto. So of course, again, this is really highlighting the 8th house and really highlighting changes in your life that seem to be outside of your control, or that seem to be, even if they are changes you have to make you feel and make other people feel, and your partner perhaps, or whoever, feel a bit vulnerable about these things, a bit unsure about them, a bit unclear about them. And there's not a lot of clarity here. And so with Mercury retrograde here in the 8th, again, it's about being patient and to reflect on these bigger issues and long-term plans that aren't really coming clear yet, not yet. And of course, it all will come clear, but just not yet. So that's something to be mindful of from mid-January. Then the 16th, Mars enters Sagittarius. So then Mars moving from the 6th in a very strong position, but maybe a challenging position. It's kind of coming full on frontal now. It's like, that was maybe a Freudian slip. So Mars and Venus coming together in your 7th sign is a very passionate mix. So how you channel that now in the next few weeks, by the end of February, or by the end of January and into February, with Mars here, with Venus retrograde, especially in January, how do you find a way of expressing all of this passion, all of this energy that could easily spill over into, anger and irritability and frustration, and, be misplaced in a way as your passion, so if it is becoming more irritable and angry, think about it as passion that's displaced with Mars here and Venus retrograde. Because Venus is the 5th lord, the 12th lord in the 7th. There's something to be expressed here that, maybe that's coming up from within you that, maybe you think that's even inappropriate because Rahu is in your 12th. And at the same time, Mars is coming in here, your 6th and 11th Lord, and challenging you, and that might be other people challenging you to express that. And though at the same time, you might not be able to with Venus retrograde, you might be denied something or whatever it might be temporarily in January at least. And at the same time, there's a need to channel it. How do you find a way to express this passion without it spilling over into kind of any kind of frustration? So that's from the 16th of January. And then the full moon occurs on the 17th. That's in Cancer. Now, Cancer balances out all of the tendencies of Capricorn and all of the emphasis on Capricorn at this time, which there's a lot, and on your 8th sign. And that basically means that there's so much tipped on the balance of sort of changes that are happening in the world that you have no control over. And then for you to take back some control, the moon in the 2nd in Cancer is about you, well, looking at what you do have control over, and that is your own values, your own sense of self-worth, and your own family enjoyments and things around you, and just being steady and secure in your immediate environment and your family environment, because you cannot change all of those bigger issues right now. So unless and until you actually find more balance with the things that you have control over, and those include things like family, for example, 2nd sign, but also eating well, being connected with others, feeling secure and safe around your unit, then it's not very balanced, because all of the planets on one side of the nose and gathering it together in the 8th sign, especially for you, Gemini, shows a need to kind of find that balance again, find that kind of connection to what it is that is important to you. Whatever about anyone else has to say, whatever about whatever changes are going on in the world around you, is something that's important to you here that you need to find, especially for this full moon on the 17th. So that's the moon on the 17th. Then I'm going to draw your attention to the moon as it wanes into Scorpio again, joining Ketu. And just as we start the month, ending the month with moon in Scorpio and with Ketu, as you know, the month started with Mars here as well, even more, you know, impulsive and maybe reactive and explosive even. The moon joining here again by the end of the month, it's a time to be mindful, 27th, 28th into the 29th, about, you know, your reactions here, because the 6th sign, Gemini, is about being triggered in some way and needing to get over some problem, some issue. And somebody could be bringing you a problem and some issue. And that if you looked at it as that, as an opportunity to overcome this issue, then it'll be a better time, a better use of your time, really, than seeing it as just this person is bringing me this problem. Think about it as this person is thankfully highlighting this problem to me so I can overcome it. That's Ketu and Scorpio in the 6th. So then the month ends with, I'll just show you here, Venus stationing direct. The moon will join it on the same day. And so the month is ending with Venus now moving forward again. And so that means that at least you can start to plan ahead. Now, Venus initially moves forward in your 7th sign, so these future plans can be starting to move forward again for you. But the details, the finer details, are not quite clear yet until Mercury moves forward by February 4th. It's at that point then in February, then things can really start to be planned more. And it's at that planning stage more in February. January is really a time for reflection, review, and reassessment of major issues in life and major things that you have no control over, and finding a balance with all of that within your own environment. February is more of a time to actually start planning ahead. So really, if you're thinking about New Year's resolutions, and there's, you know, absolutely no reason why you shouldn't in January, it's still important to actually just think about you thinking about more reflection on what is important to you and what is it that you actually cannot change, as much as what is it that you need to change. That's really what January is more about. So Gemini, I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And so moving on to the next sign, and that's Cancer. Hello, Cancer. This is a forecast for Cancer rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So here I have the chart for the 1st of January 2022, with Cancer having begun to rise at 5:30 p.m. That's universal time. And you can see here the chart, quite a striking chart with all of the planets lined up on one side of the nodes, Rahu, Ketu. Rahu, the north node here, is in Taurus, Ketu, the south node, in Scorpio, joined by Mars. So all of the planets are either joined or on one side, and this becomes more and more intense as the months pass, February and March especially. But in January, we're getting a sense of this now. And for you, Cancer, this is between your 5th and your 11th signs. 5th sign is all about your future projections and speculations and wishes for the future, which includes children and creative pursuits, creative self-expression, 5th sign. And the 11th sign is all about what you wish to gain in the future. They're very future-orientated sign, these two. But Rahu in the 11th is even more future-orientated and about the bigger dreams and wishes that you have and the gains you hope to experience in any kind of realm, but especially more obviously the kind of more practical realms of Taurus and money and resources. And so Rahu can create blocks as much as it does gains. And this is always the lesson with Rahu, that it's always only guaranteeing you the want and never guaranteeing you the experience. But the need for the experience is absolutely guaranteed. In other words, there's this sense of you're really wanting badly to gain here, to experience something. Now, the 11th sign is also about friends and networks and associates, where it's the more connected you are in your society, in your community, the more gains you experience. But again, Rahu can create some blocks here. So being mindful of those blocks at the same time is that big desire and then maybe even huge ambition and obsession even for something. And at the same time, then also focusing on Ketu and Mars now also joined Ketu in your 5th sign and looking at the things that actually need to be worked on and maybe even removed in order for you to gain those things. So the 5th sign, obviously it's child, and that's the most obvious example of you having to change the way you view your life and its trajectory in the future because you have a child, for example. And that is one thing that will guarantee you change your future projections. But it could be any kind of creative endeavor that you have or any kind of thing that you think up. And it's like, oh, I really want this thing so bad. So therefore, I'm going to have to get rid of this thing in order to make this thing happen. And to actualize this thing, I really have to actually think about what I need to get rid of and sacrifice more than anything, what do I have to sacrifice with Ketu to make it happen with Rahu. So it's really highlighting these themes in a bigger way now. It has been for the last year. If you've had a child in the last year, for example, or if you've had any kind of creative endeavor that you wish to make happen, this is the time it's been really coming up. But it is more and more emphasized now in 2022 in a way because all the planets move on one side of them and really exaggerate these issues. So getting a balance right between, for example, the most obvious example is if you had a child and you have to change your friends, 5th house, 11th house. So, well, you don't have to change your friends, but naturally your friends change because you have children and then all of a sudden you're moving in a different social circle. That's 5th house, children, 11th house, friends. But even if it's not those things, those relationships, internally, it's just this sense of, I have this thing I would love to do. I have to change my social circle in order for me to do that. That's 5th house, 11th house. So thinking about these issues more so now in the coming months will be important, Cancer. But especially at the moment and in the new year with Mars in Scorpio, very powerfully placed in Scorpio, getting to really, again, get rid of things that are blocking you from achieving those goals. And, really getting to see them perhaps, first of all, and revealing these blocks or revealing issues. This is Mars in the 5th with Ketu. Now the moon into the New Year's Eve and into New Year's Day, beginning of New Year's Day, is in Scorpio. So for you, your ruler, the moon in Scorpio, in its weakest position, it's debilitated. There might be some vulnerabilities around these issues. So you might be not very clear about these. You might not be certain about what you're doing around your future plans and gains that you want to achieve in anything. So it's about being a bit more open to being vulnerable around this time. But then the moon moves into Sagittarius, and on the 2nd, there is a new moon. So I'll just highlight that. So the 2nd of January, there's a new moon and a reset and a new start to a new year and setting some new intentions here around your 6th house in Sagittarius. And of course, sixth house is all about all the things that it takes to make that dream a reality. Because the fifth house is maybe something you would love. And again, it's more about, with Ketu Mars, getting rid of the things that you don't love than it is about holding on to the things you love. It's about getting rid of stuff, Ketu, and deepening your connection to that thing. So if it's a child, for example, and if your children are grown up, for example, there might be a need now to kind of really relate more deeply with your child, to see that actually maybe your child is now no longer a child, it's an adult. He or she is an adult now, and I have to relate to them in this way. So these are just some examples, but any kind of way you relate to your future, and the children are the most obvious expression of the future because they are the future. But if you don't have children, then it's anything that you wish to create or dream up in the future. And again, it's more about getting rid of or changing your relationship to that thing than anything else with Ketu Mars. But then its sixth house and this new moon on the 2nd of January is about actually being clear about what it's going to take to make that happen. And why would you do it anyway? Because it has to be something meaningful here with a new moon in Sagittarius. And so it's about, setting some intentions around the new moon on the 2nd, of being clear about, what is it that gives your life meaning and purpose in terms of, the everyday stuff. If you don't love it, you're not going to do it. And if you love it, you're going to do anything for it. And that's what the 6th house is all about. Now, Venus is retrograde here, and it's very much about what is it that would bring you happiness anyway. Whether it's work, what kind of work would make you feel happy, or any kind of future plans that you have. Again, Venus is ruling where Rahu is in Taurus. So it's very much about your future planning. And in your 6th house retrograde with this new moon, it's asking you to be really clear about what it is that you love to do. And, it might not be so clear initially with the new moon, because Venus retrograde might show that you're having to reassess all of these things. What is it that would make me happy? I mean, if I don't know what's going to make me happy, maybe I need to dwell on these things. And Venus retrograde is there until January 29th. So the whole month is about you reflecting and reviewing these very important things. What is it that you would like to gain from anything? Because what would make you happy? And what is it going to take in order for you to make that happen? Venus retrograde in your 6th house. So that's the new moon. A good time to make some New Year's resolutions. I don't really like that phrase so much, but it's a good new moon to actually set some intentions. And we'll say set some new moon resolutions. And then the moon moves on and joins Mercury, Saturn, and Pluto, and the sun will join here by mid-month, at which time Mercury will station retrograde. Now, there's a lot of emphasis, therefore, on your 7th sign of relationship. And so with Mercury retrograde alone here, but with Saturn and Pluto hemming it in and sun coming in, there's quite a lot of dynamics in your relationship that are going to be quite complex over the next few weeks, from mid-January especially. So I'd be very mindful of how you're engaging with others, but especially your significant other, but any other. And so there's some power struggles going on, especially leading into February, but and from the end of January into February. So while this is kind of revving up now in a way, in your 7th sign, and the moon joining these on the 3rd and 4th, just be mindful of how you're engaging with others, and that there's some lessons to learn here in restraint, basically. And, it might feel like some things are denied you temporarily because Venus is retrograde, of course, and then later on, Mercury would retrograde in your 7th house while hemmed in between Saturn and Pluto, literally denied you, whereas there's some restraints, there's some restrictions, and obviously with the current situation with the pandemic, some obvious restrictions that you cannot see the people you want, or being with the same person all the time, locked down or something like that. It could be some dynamic like that. Things could get quite complex, and there could be quite a few power struggles going on, especially when the sun gets involved, because then you have Sun Saturn involved in your 7th. So that means being very mindful of, how you relate to your partner in the coming weeks. I would say Cancer, and again, any other, even if you're not in a relationship, how you relate to others would be, important. The moon then joins Jupiter and Neptune on the 5th, 6th, into the 7th. So basically, this is a bigger theme. But I want to highlight it here because it is important, and that is Jupiter and Neptune coming together, and by exact degree as well in April at the end of Aquarius. Your eighth sign is, not very clear in one way for you in terms of not maybe being clear about how this is panning out, what hopes and dreams and wishes you have, and the kind of uncertainty around them, eighth house. But especially around joint values and resources. So when we add this to the complicated scenario that's going on in your seventh sign, there could be some issues going on here in your relationships where you're maybe having some kind of you're not very clear about what your partner wants here, for example. What do they want out of this? And actually, what do I want with them? Those kinds of things the eighth house can show. Intimacy issues, of course, sexual or emotional intimacy issues here not being very clear. And at the same time, there's something that you hope for. That's Jupiter. Neptune just doesn't make it clear because Neptune is Neptune. It makes it blurry. It blurs the picture. And the moon joining them then on the 5th, 6th, 7th, that's the time to be kind of mindful of these bigger issues that once Saturn, which is now in your 7th, and restricting that in that way, there's some restriction going on in your life in a big way. And whether it's your partner bringing it or any other entity bringing it, there's restriction. But once it moves into your eighth sign, you can then start to kind of plan these dreams that you have now, even though you're not very clear about them now, because you're not very clear maybe about the other, whether it's your partner or the world out there is kind of bringing you kind of things that aren't very clear. Saturn moving in there by summer will initially give you the sense of what needs to be done and bring more clarity. So that's something I want to highlight now. It's a bigger theme, but I wanted to highlight it now because it's an important part of your life, Cancer. So then the moon moves on as it does, and the moon always moves on. It only stays 2.5 days in each sign. It's like a very flighty, very changeable, quote unquote, planet. So it really highlights, all of the different changes, the mind changes, the emotions constantly in flux. And this is the nature of Cancer and the moon. Always changing your mind about things, always feeling differently about things. And that's okay. It's just going with the flow, the ebb and flow of the moon. And just as the tide moves up and down, in and out, it's all about going with the ebb and flow. So here the moon then joins Rahu then on the 12th, 13th. And this is the time when, again, it's highlighting the themes of I mentioned earlier about your dreams and hopes for the future. And because Mars is coming to the end of Scorpio as well, it's really kind of one last kind of push here in terms of these kind of dynamics that are going on, complex dynamics, I'm sure, but also things that can be worked out right now and things that might be pushed into your awareness right now as well, that you can actually work it out and get clearer about it. And that's, again, re-emphasized with the moon joining Rahu in the 11th. And so whatever blocks are there in terms of your gains, in terms of income, for example, or anything like that, the block itself is showing you a way forward. This is the key thing with Rahu. It brings you the block, but it also brings you, the block itself brings you an awareness of how you need to progress here. So then on the 14th, we have the sun move into your 7th sign and Mercury stationed retrograde between Saturn and Pluto. As the sun and Pluto come together, there's some power dynamics going on here with you and your partner to be really mindful of from mid-month, and quite complicated power dynamics going on. So while Mercury's retrograde in your 7th, be mindful of how you're communicating with them, because it might really get tense. You might feel frustrated because things are not very clear this time. Mars itself is hanging between the 5th and 6th as it moves into your 6th, then on the 16th into Sagittarius with Venus retrograde. This just adds kind of fuel to the fire in a way. And I would say for you, Cancer, just be very mindful of how you're engaging with people at this time overall. Even though Venus-Mars is a very passionate mix, it's Venus retrograde and it's Mars-Venus in your 6th. And so this could create some passion, yes, but that could easily spill over into frustration. And it's like when you have this desire that you don't have fulfilled, you just get angry. And so Mars in the 6th is good for, overcoming things and ridding yourself of problems. But it can also bring you the problem. And in terms of relationships, this could just add to the problem. And the problem is restriction and limitation of some kind and denial of some kind in some way at this time. And then miscommunication that arises from all of this that just adds to more issues. And so being very mindful of how you're relating to someone, whether it's a partner. The partner is the most obvious example because everything is clumped together with the partner. You're dealing with all of these issues together. But any other entity, the world out there, it's like this thing that is imposed upon me, this restriction or this limitation and this miscommunication, and getting angry about that and lashing out in some way. I'd be very mindful of that from mid-month onwards, with Mars now moving into your 6th sign. And then the full moon is on the 17th in your sign. So you can see here with all the planets lined up on one side of the nose, Rahu Ketu, and you're really seeing all of the emphasis, especially on the partner and how you're relating. Therefore, this full moon is an important one because it means that it's about finding a balance with yourself, finding time for yourself, in other words. Because there's so much about emphasis on other people, and whether it's children, relationships, friends, all of these people, first sign is self. And the full moon in your sign is about you taking some time for yourself. Simple as that. And if you don't, then you're not going to find a balance for this full moon. And this full moon, more than any other really recently, is asking for this balance because it's tipping everything over onto the other side of the nose. And the moon is kind of like that counterbalance, that if you don't have that, everything just falls. So keep this full moon in mind on the 17th of January, and around that time, 17th, 18th, as the moon transits your sign into the 19th, and use this time to be with yourself, to spend some time alone and figuring out yourself. Because when you're engaging so much with others, whether it's your child, your partner, friends, or anything out there, anyone out there in the world out there, it just feels like everything is just out there and you're losing yourself in the mix. So this is an important time, Cancer, for you to find yourself again. So that's the 17th, the full moon. I'm going to draw it to a close here for the month, with the moon then waning as it does every month, but waning into Scorpio again and into, a sign it's not so happy in. It's always a good time of month to be aware of. So it means that on the 27th, 28th into 29th, as well as the beginning of January, from New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, it's good to be mindful of this kind of cycle of waning, and the moon waning in Scorpio, especially where it's at its weakest and you feel maybe vulnerable or, just literally weak, especially if this is your rising sign, Cancer, and allowing for that a couple of days for just feeling a bit low, and just allow that. And with Ketu here, allow the awareness, to bubble up from underneath and seeing things that, maybe weren't aware of before, especially the beginning of the year with Mars there also. But even at the end of the month of January, and allowing that to come up into your awareness, and to see what needs to be rid in your life, what you need to get rid of in order to move forward with your plans. And then by the 29th, when the moon moves into, let me move this back, sorry, Sagittarius, Venus then stations direct. So although there's still things to work out in terms of your relationship, because Mercury is retrograde until February 4th, and it will remain with Saturn, Pluto, and all of that. So there's still restrictions and the miscommunications going on into February. And Venus, Mars are coming together in February as well. Valentine's Day, by the way, that's one to flag. Venus, Mars together by exact degree on Valentine's Day in your 6th sign. Definitely one to flag. So there's definitely still potential for relationships to have some, miscommunications and all that, but at least Venus is now stationing direct by the end of January, and that you can get clear about what makes you happy and what you could gain from any situation here and what needs to be done, especially in terms of 6th house. It's just that the finer details have to be worked out yet, with Mercury still retrograde until the 4th of February. So that's something to be mindful of at the end of January and into February, which is a very, very passionate month, February, and to be mindful of your passions and how you express your passions, and maybe misinterpreting passions for just anger, or maybe experiencing anger because your passions are not expressed, and all of these things. So Cancer, that is the month of January. A lot of review and process, a lot of things to be mindful of in your relationships, especially whether it's your child, friends, relationships in particular. And I hope you found that helpful. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And now moving on to the next sign, which is Leo. Hello, Leo. This is a forecast for Leo rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Leo, the sun, your ruler, is joining the moon on January 2nd in your 5th house, coming together in Sagittarius. This is a place of inspiration, of future projections and hopes and dreams and wishes that you would like to fulfill, and very much connected to your creative output as well as children. But any kind of creative future endeavor, anything you wish to create in your future is the 5th sign. It's also very much tied with a lover, a relationship, especially the initial stages of a relationship. So it's your heart, 5th house. So the new moon in your 5th house on the 2nd of January is a new start in the new year, a reset point for you to make some decisions also about the things that you hold dear. So the 5th house is very much seen as a house or area of life that's focused on the decision-making ability. So it's very much about what you would like to make happen, like I said, in the future. And so this time in your life, Leo, is very much about rethinking these things or reassessing how you feel about them, especially because Venus is retrograde in your 5th house in Sagittarius. So there's a whole process of really kind of reassessing, reevaluating what's important to you, and how you go about expressing what's important to you as well, and what you're doing in general, because Venus is your 3rd and 5th lord. So as it's doing that in your 5th house, again, this would very much relate to relationships like children, lovers, and things like that. But if it's not a person, then it's a sense of something you're doing or wish to do. So the new moon on the 2nd is definitely a time to, make some statements to yourself, make some intentions internally, and, figure out what's important to you in the first place. Because subsequently, as the sun, your ruler, moves into Capricorn by January 14th, as Mercury retrogrades, this is a whole time of moving into the 6th house. And this whole period of the 6th house being very activated with Saturn, it's a whole period in January leading into February of really thinking about the things, the steps that are required, the work that's required to make those things happen. And you could easily get bogged down in the drudgery of it, of the everyday routines. But unless and until you're actually focusing on what is important to you, what would you love to create, then you're not likely to do the work that's necessary. So that's very much the journey from the 5th house to the 6th house in January. So that's the beginning of January. This is the 1st of January. You can see here the moon has just moved into Sagittarius, joined the sun, and then following day on the 2nd is the new moon in Sagittarius, with again Venus retrograde, Saturn, Pluto, Mercury all together here in your 6th. Will be joined by your ruler, the sun, by mid-month, at which time Mercury will retrograde. You have Jupiter, Neptune together, coming closer and closer together in the coming months. And I'll bring it forward as you see the moon join all of these planets, first in Capricorn on the 3rd and 4th, then on the 5th and 6th, joined Jupiter and Neptune. Now, Jupiter and Neptune in your 7th house, 6th and 5th and 6th into the 7th. That's a time to be mindful of the bigger themes that are going on in Aquarius and your 7th house and relationships right now, Leo. So there might be some an idealized vision that you have of a partner, or of your partner, your current partner, or of a partner you would like to have. And there might be some sort of vague notions around this as well. So you might not be 100% clear about these things. And Jupiter and Neptune come together in your relationship space might be so idealistic that it might be a fantasy also. That you might be fantasizing a lot right now about relationships. And in the coming years, of course, Saturn will visit here and make those things very real. And so making your dreams a reality is one possibility in terms of a partnership, a relationship. But for now, Jupiter and Neptune can be a little vague, to say the least. It could also, like I said, be fantastical and fantasy. So the moon joins it then on the 5th and 6th into the 7th, then moon's moving into Pisces, and then it goes on into Aries, where Uranus is stationing retrograde. Stationing direct. It's been retrograde for months now. It will direct on the 18th. The moon joins it on the 10th and 11th, so that's something to be mindful of, as Uranus is a slow-moving planet, and yet at the same time, the changes that it makes can sometimes be quite radical and very impulsive and very quick in a sense, even though Uranus is a slow-moving planet. So now that it's slowly moving about and changing direction, moving direct, there's a possibility now of you, Leo, being able to direct your attention outward more so to changes that you want to make in your life. In the 9th house, very much about travel, very much about the higher mind and higher thinking and traveling and studying also, and around your philosophies and your beliefs and the things that you believe. So that's an indication over many months, not just in January. This turnaround, though, it's a slow turnaround, like I said. The moon then joins the nodes and reactivates the nodes, and really from the beginning of the year, as the moon moves into Sagittarius until the middle of the month, we have this Kala Sarpa yoga, this combination where all the planets are on one side of the nodes, and they're on one side of the nodes on the 4th and 10th house in your chart. So the 4th is the home and the 10th is your career. And so it's very much about getting your work-life balance right. And that could very much be out of balance at the moment, where you might be overly focusing on your work or working at home and not having the distinction between work and home, for example. And needing to get that distinction, that balance right, it would be maybe one part of this. Most people are going to be overly focused on Rahu, and for you, Leo, that's very much about career right now and the actions that you're taking and wish to take, and maybe being blocked from being able to do that because Rahu also creates issues and blocks. And at the same time, you need to very deep into your home life and understand that maybe there's something to give up here on the one hand, because Ketu is here. You're having to maybe sacrifice something in your home. You're having to let go of something. And with Mars here as well for the first couple of weeks of January, together with Ketu, there might be, a need to really dig deep and overcome something here as well. Some emotional block that has to be overcome. So the 4th house is not just home, it's emotions, it's your well-being, it's how you feel, how well do you feel, it's your mother relationship. There's something to overcome here. And again, you might overcompensate by overly focusing on your work, for example, and not deal with the emotional issues. But of course, you're being asked to look at them nonetheless. So that's a big theme. Now, as soon as then the moon moves over the nodal axis, it breaks this Kala Sarpa yoga by mid-month. And at that point, the sun, your ruler, and Mercury are changing. So Mercury's changing direction and sun changing signs. So sun is moving into your 6th sign, into Saturn's sign where Saturn is placed, and Mercury is going retrograde. So by mid-month, the energy shifts an awful lot for you, Leo, and it means that you're going to really have to, you maybe been more inspired up until this point, But then you're going to have to get kind of bogged down into the 6th house and everyday stuff again. And you're going to have to really sort of plan for the long haul and think about how are you going to make this thing that you really want to happen work. 6th house is very much about the everyday that it's going to take, the everyday tasks that it's going to take. And Mercury retrograde here, along with your Sun-Saturn combination in your 6th, could challenge you to kind of reconsider some of the finer details and really think about how is it that you're going to plan this out. And you could get frustrated with this, and you could have a kind of even crisis, an identity crisis around what you're doing every day. And of course, this could, lead to other issues in terms of health concerns, in terms of you're having to look at your health routine, especially by mid-January onwards. Not unusual at this time of year anyway, Leo, for you to be thinking about these things. You set your New Year's resolutions, and then you have to think about how you're going to actually succeed in achieving those goals, whether it's losing weight or gaining weight or whatever, or just getting fitter. All of these things are 6th house. But like I said, it's also about the work that you want to do, the things that you would love to do, and the work that's required for you to put into making that happen. And again, because of Mercury retrograde, it's not going to happen straight away. You're not going to be very clear about it straight away. And yet you still have to reassess and redo and rethink all of this part of your life. It's a really important time for you to really get focused on being well, getting better, doing better, being more efficient in your day-to-day life, working better and more efficiently. So the moon then comes to its fullest on the 17th, opposite your ruler, the sun, of course, in your 6th. So the moon then therefore is in your 12th, opposite the 6th. Everyday stuff, the chores, the everyday in and out of everyday life is 12th house, which is about surrender and letting go and not dealing with anything, and actually maybe not wanting to deal with anything and going on retreat or going away, taking a holiday, taking a day off, even just a couple of days off around the full moon might be a good idea. So that's the 17th, the full moon in your 12th house. So it's very much about maybe just letting go for a while, surrendering, not taking it all on board, not, having to deal with, you're having to deal already with so many details and everyday stuff that it might be a good idea now to kind of just chill out and just take some time out on the full moon. Full moons are generally a more social time of the month anyway, but this full moon, I would say, with the Mercury retrograde opposite, would suggest, some downtime. It would be really good to recharge your batteries here on this full moon. And maybe a social activity would be a good way of just tuning out of all the things that you have to do, and maybe just not paying too much attention to that, or only paying attention to that and having a bit of a break. So then Uranus has stationed direct at this point in your 9th house. I was mentioning that about Uranus on the 18th, and then bringing the moon through your sign and then into the waning cycle into your 4th sign, the lowest part of your chart, the home, happiness, and finishing up again in Scorpio in the end of the month as it begins the month, in fact, but then moving into Sagittarius, where Mars now has moved into. So Mars has moved into Sagittarius, joining Venus on the 16th of January also. And so this is really now putting a lot of emphasis on your 5th house with Venus and Mars together here. Venus actually stations direct on the 29th as the moon moves into your 5th in Sagittarius. So this is very much about you focusing now a lot of your passions on what it is that you want. And yes, you have to reconsider and review how you're going about doing it, getting the long-term picture in focus, and really redoing all of the steps that are required, but now reconnecting with your passion. As the moon, especially by the end of the month, moves and joins Mars and now a direct Venus, a stationary Venus in your 5th, it's like getting all of that energy and juice and vigor and applying it to the thing that you love to do. And again, it could be a person as well. It could be like a lover, or it could be a child. It could be your child. But it's anyone that you love dearly. The 5th house is very much about what's dear to you, near and dear to you. And so it's about applying, all of these aspects to that, fueling your passions, I would say. And at least now Venus, having retrograde all of month of January until the 29th, At least now it's stationing going direct from February. As Venus and Mars come closer and closer, by Valentine's Day, they get exactly the same degree. This is the time now to start slowly moving forward with your passions and drive and focus for the future, fifth house, and applying all of these passions and making sure that you're doing that, because if you're not, then it could boil over into like passions that are not expressed, whether sexual energy or creative expression, whichever it is, or you're dealing with your children. It could easily lead into kind of arguments with these people, whether your lover or your child or your creative expression. It could really lead to kind of frustration and anger if you're not able to express it. So I'll talk more about that in February, Leo, because it's a really important time for you to really tune into what your heart desires. So Leo, that's the month of January. A bit of a kind of false start in many ways, the month of January, and yet it's a new start all the same. And again, it's important to really connect into your heart and what your heart truly desires, what you really want, what you really, really want. So I hope that's been of help. And so on to the next sign, and that's Virgo. Hello, Virgo. This is a forecast for Virgo rising and Virgo moon sign for January 2022. So Virgo, your ruling planet Mercury is now hemmed in between Saturn and Pluto in Capricorn, your fifth house, and it's about to station retrograde as the sun moves in on the 14th of January. So the fifth house is very much about your future plans and future plans around your creative self-expression, any kind of creative output at all, including children, which is a part of the creation process, of course. And so any kind of relationship to your children, or if you have children, obviously that's going to be a big review for you with Mercury retrograde. Or if you have any kind of creative endeavor on the go, or any wish for the future at all, because children are the future, of course. So the fifth house is very much about your future plans and speculations. And so now that your ruler, Mercury, is retrograding in between Saturn and Pluto in this restricted kind of format, it could be very restricting for you. Basically, you might not be able to see about clearly about the future, and especially in terms around your children or having children, if you have children already or you want to have children. Also, if you're a teacher in any way or a guide, or if you just have an online following, fifth house is very much about your followers or your students. So there's something not quite clear about how you're going to move forward in January, even though there's an initial impetus to kind of make a plan for the long term. There then is that having to reconsider and review and rethink and redo all of that by mid-month onwards. So Virgo, whatever it is that you wish to make happen, fifth house is also about lovers, by the way, or a lover. It's the beginning phase of a relationship, the more romantic phase of a relationship. The fifth house is very much to do with what your heart desires. So again, that's children, creativity, or lovers. Or also fifth house is very much to do with spiritual practices like mantra, tantra, yantra, all come under fifth house. So it's very much about what practices you do as well, what you love to do, what's dearly yours. Like when you do it, you feel like this is my practice. So I definitely think that the month of January is a time to really focus. Pardon me while I just recharge. It's definitely a month to refocus. Refocus being the key word here with Mercury retrograde. Refocusing your passion and your inspiration to make something happen and to plan something for your future. But remember, with Mercury retrograde until the 4th of February, so from 14th of January to the 4th of February, you're going to be reviewing all of that, all your future plans. So, but that's what you need to be doing. That's absolutely the best energy expenditure on this. You need to be focusing on reviewing all of your plans for the future and your long-term plans as well. So bringing it back though, before the fifth house is very much about what you would like to create in the future. the fourth house before that is very much about why you would do anything, because it makes you happy or not. And so it's now a time, especially at the beginning of January and into the 2nd of January, as we enter the new moon phase, and the new moon in the fourth in Sagittarius. The fourth in your chart is very much about why you do anything, what makes you happy. And so this new moon in your fourth with Venus retrograde, adding to that kind of sense of not only why would you do anything and what makes you happy, is what gives your life meaning more than anything. That's Sagittarius. And because Venus rules your 9th and 2nd, it's very important for you to figure out what's purposeful, meaningful, and valuable to you. And so there's a whole reevaluation going on in your life right now about the things that make you happy. And now with the new moon added to this, there's a whole reset that's necessary around your home environment, for example, again, and also things that are making you happy or not. And so reconsidering and reviewing that, reevaluating that, and then making a kind of pledge to yourself in a way almost, and then kind of, being inspired to maybe, or make an intention around things that will make you happy. And of course, subsequently, then this hard work of, planning that out and strategizing all of that as planets file into your 5th house, the sun by mid-month, Mercury's stationing retrograde. So there's a whole kind of reconsideration of how you're going to plan these steps out. But again, the 4th and 5th house being really activated right now is very much about why you would do anything, what is really important to you, what would make you happy, what would really fill your heart with joy. That's 4th and 5th house. And both come under the heart, 4th and 5th, but in different ways. Like the 4th is definitely a more private, so personal sort of safety kind of net, whereas the 5th is a more expressive, like including others. So you can only include others though if you feel secure in yourself. So that's the 4th house leading to the 5th house. And these are really under the spotlight in January. So the 2nd, if I just show you here on the 2nd of January, this is the new moon in Sagittarius in your 4th. And again, asking you to reset and rethink and make an intention around the thing that would really make you happy the most. And of course, more than anything, because of this new moon being hemmed in with Mars and Saturn on either side, as well as Ketu and Pluto and all of that, it's really a kind of sense of really maybe being stuck at home, for example, and not being able to kind of move out, but kind of really setting that intention for this new moon at home on your own in private. And even if you're not stuck at home, it's just a sense of maybe your emotional well-being seemingly sort of hemmed in between these two different poles or choices, and it's kind of like, well, here I am, this is what is, how do I find happiness in this kind of environment, in this moment, in my being, in the privacy of my own being. And again, so because Venus is retrograde here at the moment as well for this new moon, like there's a whole sort of sense of resetting your intentions around these things. So that's the new moon on the 2nd. The moon then moves into your 5th, joining your ruler, Saturn and Pluto, on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And so this is very much a time to kind of really think about these things that you would like, how you would like to express this, what it is, what would you love to do? Basically, that's the 5th house. What would you love to do? And because again, Saturn, Pluto here, as well as Mercury, and slowing down as well by mid-month here, it's really getting you to really focus here as the sun moves in here as well on the same day as Mercury stations, really focusing, highlighting what would I love to do? That's the 5th house. And then when you're clear about what you'd love to do, the next stage comes the 6th house, where Jupiter and Neptune are transiting and are coming closer and closer together. By April, they'll come to the exact conjunction, but we're kind of like building up to that to April. And so Jupiter and Neptune especially for many years has shown this kind of vague notion around how you're going to go about doing it. This is the thing, because the sixth house is very much the steps that are required, the day-to-day work that's required to make that happen. That thing that inspires you, that you'd love to do, to make happen, to create, to whatever. The sixth house kind of brings the kind of vague notion around how you can actually make it happen. So, for example, if it's like having a child, for example, the sixth house is all the work that you have to put in once you have a child. If you have a creative endeavor, you make something happen. The sixth house is like how you feed that every day. It's like, the sixth house, for example, is a pet. So it's like, it's all very well to have a pet and you love the pet, but you have to actually feed the pet, you have to walk the pet, and you have to clean up after the pet, all of those things. So that's sixth house. So same with a child, you have to change the nappies and you have to, all of those things. So it's the kind of work, the day in, day out drudgery, really, the work that has to be done. And you will do it because you absolutely love this thing, whether it's a pet, a child, a creative project. But Neptune here is making it not so clear, and Jupiter coming together with Neptune now is like blowing that up out of proportion even more, where they could be even like kind of, you're being fantastical about this and you're not really clear about the steps required in doing these things. So the sixth house is also about your work in general, and maybe needing to feel inspired where you might not be, and feeling inspired by your everyday routines, feeling inspired by just the kind of mundane tasks that you have to do. I mean, if you're working and it's kind of just, feeling like it's drudgery, then trying to find some inspiration in that. So maybe when the moon joins Jupiter, Neptune here on the 5th and 6th, it might be a couple of days to really kind of focus in on this, because this is a longer term impact, a longer term transit, but it kind of gets triggered every now and again when the moon goes around or any planets connect with it. So that's the moon joining Jupiter, Neptune. The moon then moves on and joins Uranus, which is actually about to station direct by the 18th. Before then, we have some other things to go through, but I'll just mention Uranus because it's a slower moving planet. So although it's stationing on the 18th, really the whole month of January feels like Uranus is changing direction and moving forward. So this sense of things moving forward and changes moving forward. And the 8th house for you is where you find Uranus and the moon joining Uranus. So Uranus in the 8th going forward shows, after a lot of internal changes and adjustments that have had to be made over the last few months, now it's a process of making some external changes, and maybe not so obviously coming from you, because the 8th house is very much hidden from you in many ways. So it's your subconscious and things that are not clear, and changes that happen out of the blue, maybe even sometimes that you don't feel like you're even involved with. Things that are outside of your control, maybe, So Uranus now stationing direct maybe shows some changes that are happening, and they might happen quite quickly over the coming weeks and months as it moves forward in your 8th house. The moon then joins the nodes and highlights this dichotomy, really, the exaggeration and the split between these two signs, the 3rd and the 9th sign of your chart, with Mars and Ketu in the 3rd, and Mars there for the first couple of weeks of January, but Ketu here until April. So that's an ongoing theme of the 3rd, and this Ketu theme of in the 3rd needing to really let go of certain ways that you've been communicating thus far. And you're having to do that because you're changing your mind about a lot of things. You're changing your mind and belief set because Rahu is in the 9th. Now, Rahu in the 9th is in a way disturbing to your beliefs because it's asking you to change fundamentally what you believe is true. But because Rahu can oftentimes create distortions, you might not be clear about what you believe is true anymore. And yet you still have to go through it. You still have to make the changes. Now that the moon joins Rahu on the 12th and 13th, this might be a time to kind of tune into that a bit more, and finding that balance between the 3rd and 9th is the balance between the lower mind and the higher mind. The kind of higher mind sort of thinking and belief systems that you have, but also the 3rd house kind of lower mind communications, the kind of everyday kind of communications and the opinions, and maybe again having to let go of certain opinions and certain ways and styles of communication and internal dialogue as well that goes on in your head. because of these more profound changes that are happening in your worldview, in your belief systems. Now, up until then, for the first couple of weeks of January especially, you have all the planets on one side of the node. So this split between the third and ninth, the higher and lower mind, can feel more exaggerated, therefore. And until the moon then breaks this yoga, or Kalasarpa yoga, it's called, the serpent of time, by mid-month, everything might seem like it's really in balance, that you're placing so much emphasis on certain areas of your life, but not enough on others. And this is the general theme that everybody's going through. But for you, Virgo, it's very much between, again, how you're working things out and communicating them. So, for example, if you are a teacher in any way, or a mentor, or you are involved with teaching or mentoring from someone else, this can feel like it's a bit out of balance, out of kilter. So it's important to find these balances between these signs at this time. The full moon then is on the, actually, before we go to the full moon, I want to mention that the sun then moves into Capricorn, your fifth house, as your ruler Mercury stations direct. That's on the 14th of January in your fifth house, remember. And it's doing it quite closely conjunct Saturn, your sixth lord, and in between Saturn and Pluto, and it will conjunct or station direct and conjunct Pluto by the beginning of February. So this kind of like being stuck between a rock and a hard place in many ways here, in terms of your fifth house, which is again your children or your future endeavors in any way, or students or followers, or just general plans for the future. Because of Mercury being stuck between these two pillars, it's kind of like, I don't see any way forward here. I have to kind of renegotiate this whole thing, and I'm not really sure how do I get out of this. But of course you will, because everything moves on always. Mercury will move on after this retrograde, but it could be a retrograde you feel like it's slowing things down and frustrating, and really to be mindful of that, I would say, Virgo, that you're not getting impatient and frustrated and getting too bogged down in the details. So that's on the 14th. Then on the 17th, we have the full moon, and that counterbalances in a way all of this emphasis on maybe certain areas of your life and not on others. This full moon is finding that counterbalance in your 11th sign. So it's balancing all those fifth house indications where there's so much focus right now, from mid-month especially, Virgo. You're really focusing a lot on your plans and making plans for the future. Now, that's all very well, but because those plans aren't working out right now with Mercury retrograde, it's nice for the full moon opposite this in the 11th house to kind of just tune out of that for a while and maybe just see the bigger picture, and maybe connect with friends or groups in some way, or just generally in your community around you, and just connect in with the 11th house, Cancer. And that would be very much about just finding how you feel about things as well when you bounce off your ideas off other people. So if you're to kind of just join a friends group, or a group that you associate with in general, and just get a sense of how things feel around that. Because again, you could get so bogged down in the details of Capricorn in the fifth house, and planning and re-strategizing and rethinking all of that, that you kind of lose perspective. Rahu's aspecting here as well. All of that influence on the fifth house right now is just a bit, maybe too much. So this full moon on the 17th and 18th will be a time to really focus on social life more. And not just social life in any kind of frivolous way, because for Virgo, that is not the case at all. Because your 11th Lord is the moon, then it's important that it's more a really emotional experience, like a real bonding experience that you're having with friends or a group of people. So it's just a lot more nourishing in that way. And because the moon is in literally the sign, the nourisher, Pushya, in Cancer, in the middle of Cancer, it's important to ask the question, who's nourishing you, and who are you nourishing, and who are you connecting with in your social life. So that's the full moon on the 17th, 18th. The moon then wanes, and I'll just move it into the end of the month, and you see here that the moon is waning into Scorpio. And then as it wanes into Scorpio, it reconnects with the nodes again. And then as it moves into Sagittarius on the 29th, joining Venus, which is now stationing direct, it's creating this Kalasarpa yoga in a very powerful way now. And all the planets are lining up in just 3 signs, the visible planets in Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius. And it's really highlighting these 3 different areas I mentioned already in your life. Your home life and happiness, how you express that to others, and how you create your future, and then how you go about making that happen, working towards that goal. And so the 4th, 5th, and 6th really emphasize right now, and really maybe everything kind of so heaped up into this part of your life that if you, again, there's something you dearly want, you want to make happen, that you're just so focused on those things that you could lose perspective with all the planets here and on one side of the nose. So now that the moon and Mars, which has moved in here since the 16th of January into Sagittarius, joins Venus, which is now stationing direct, really from the end of the month, especially Venus moving direct, joined by Mars. There's a kind of steam building now. And this is in your 4th house home. So there could be this sense of, okay, now I've really figured out what it is that's important to me. What do I value here in my home environment, in my heart? What makes me happy? That this Mars now is kind of adding steam to this and adding passion and drive to making this thing happen, whatever it is. But again, because Mercury is still retrograde until 4th of February, and and still conjunct Pluto and hemmed in between Pluto and Saturn, there's a kind of way to navigate around here and to make these dreams a reality, to make these things that you really feel like would make you happy come true. There's a way to kind of like a labyrinth to work through here yet, some details to work out, in other words, into February. And yet still Venus, Mars in your 4th, creating a lot of passion and drive and need to express these emotions in a healthy way so that it doesn't bubble up into kind of frustrations in your home when you're not getting what you want. Venus-Mars combinations, as I'll talk more about in February, can lead to that kind of like, I want what I want, and then you could disturb the kind of peace, which is what Venus is all about. And it's really not about that. It's about expressing your passions, but also being able to compromise with others, to please others too, and to please yourself as well. And Venus direct now is about finding what is pleasing to you more than anything, and meaningful, pleasing and meaningful. So Virgo, that's the month of January. It's a bit of a mixed bag. It's a bit of a kind of non-starter in many ways because of the retrograde Mercury, especially for you. But at the same time, it's important to keep that bigger picture in your mind's eye all the time about the plans you're making long term, and not to get too bogged down in the immediate time frame, which feels a bit sort of uncertain and unclear about how you're going to make it there. But you will make it there. You just keep the bigger picture in mind always. So I hope that's been of help, Virgo. And moving on to the next sign, we're going to talk about Libra. Hello, Libra. This is a forecast for Libra rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Libra, your ruling planet Venus is still retrograde. It will retrograde all of January until January 29th in your 3rd house, which is very much about fighting. And Venus doesn't like to fight. Libra is not about fighting, it's about compromising. And yet at the same time, your ruling planet Venus retrograde in your 3rd house, coming together with the Sun and Mars moving in to meet Venus by mid-month, is really emphasizing your need to kind of stand up for yourself and state your case and fight for what you want and what's important to you. And also fight for what's important to other people as well, because Venus, this always is the case with Libra, Venus rules your 1st sign, but it also rules your 8th sign. So 8th sign is very much about others' values and what's important to other people. So it's, in this case now, it's about fighting for yourself and others in many ways. Fighting for something jointly with someone, for example, with your partner maybe, especially when Mars gets involved by mid-month. And so 3rd house is also about communicating what you want. Simply, it might not be fighting for it, but it might be just stating it. It might be just, this is what I want. That's 3rd house. So that's the emphasis all month. That's the major emphasis, but there are obviously lots of other things going on as always. The month starts with Moon in Scorpio, join Mars, Ketu, and really emphasizing the nodes now and the nodal axis Rahu, Ketu in your 2nd and 8th, and it's very much about what's important to you and what's important to your partner or any other, and finding a balance between those two things because it might be imbalanced right now. the sense of really overly focusing on other people's values, other people's literally money and resources that they're bringing to the table, and versus your own value and your own worth and self-worth. And so everyone else has their own worth and values that they have been taught by their family, and you have yours that were taught to you by your family, and it's about balancing the two. And because the nodes here tend to imbalance these two, with Mars as well now heaped up over on one side, and Venus retrograde as well, adding complexities to these issues. Mars and Ketu in Scorpio, joined by the moon by New Year's. Certainly a time to be mindful of, some emotional sort of drudgery going on here, I would say. But that quickly lifts as the moon then moves into Sagittarius. And really it's about overcoming fears around, and overcoming your own fears around your own sense of worthiness as well. That's another big part of this, because when you add this to Venus retrograde, it's really asking you to really look at your own sense of self-worth. The third house is also about writing, which is another influence here. And this new moon on the 2nd of January in your third with Venus retrograde is the time to perhaps think about, even if you're not writing, it might be a good idea to start journaling your intentions here. What do you, if you can't say what you want, literally, verbally, maybe you can write it down. Because Ketu in the second, although with Mars now is making maybe your speech quite forceful, Ketu in the second generally is not the best for being very clear in your speech. And so now that Venus and the new moon, sun moon, coming together in the third of writing in Sagittarius, could be a good time to actually write down your thoughts about what is meaningful and to you. What would you like to happen? What would you like to do? What would you like, full stop? Especially because it's the new year, and people think about the new year for New Year's resolution. So it might be a good time to kind of, around this new moon on the 2nd of January, think about stating what you want in writing. That's just an idea. And just thinking about all of these things in general, even if you never write it down or never speak it, these are the things that you're working out anyway. And you don't even ever have to vocalize it or write it. It's there. It'll be apparent to you that these are the things that you're working out. So that's the new moon on the 2nd. It is a good time to, whether consciously or not, it's about, understanding your wants and needs and desires and stating some intentions if you can get clear about those, and just stating it in some way. So then after the new moon, as the moon starts to wax again, it joins Mercury, Saturn, and Pluto in your 4th house. And the sun will move here by mid-month as well, as Mercury stations retrograde. So there's a lot that you're reconsidering, because the 3rd house, drawing it back to the 3rd and the new moon on the 2nd, is all about, what is it I want to do? What do I desire? The 4th house is because it will make me happy. So anything you do because it will make you happy. Anything you go for, 3rd house, anything you want to grab, anything you want to make happen, it's because you think it'll make you happy. And that's the key question. Does it make you happy? Because Mercury is about to retrograde. The sun will move in as Mercury retrogrades, hemmed in between Saturn and Pluto. And it's really getting you to focus on, what is it that would make you happy, actually? And so the 4th house, of course, is one expression of that, is the home. But that's just the outer expression of what is a really inner, deep inner part of your being. The 4th house is the lowest part of the chart. So it's the bedrock, really, of your chart. So it's your base, your security, your sense of well-being and sanctuary and peace within yourself. Yes, that manifests as a home. So when you feel peaceful in yourself, you have a peaceful home. And if there's any exterior, any kind of external expression of a lack of peace in your home environment at this time, it's merely a reflection of what's going on within you, and a need to go within and to really ask these questions of yourself in January, especially from mid-month as Mercury stations retrograde and then the sun moves in. So this is an opportunity now, Libra, for you to ask yourself, what is it that makes you happy? What would make you happy? And what maybe doesn't make you happy as much, because then it's about clearing out and getting rid of that and rethinking and reassessing that and redoing that. That's Mercury retrograde. So thinking about all of these things and a home environment and happiness and all of these things, your relationship to your mother as well would be a big part of this, because fourth house, of course, is your happiness, but also that's your mother relationship. That's the external relationship that represents that inner relationship. So that's Moon with Mercury, Saturn, Pluto. I'll talk more about it when it actually stations by mid-month. The Moon then joins Jupiter, Neptune by the 5th and 6th into the 7th. So you see here with the Moon joining Jupiter, Neptune, Jupiter now is together with Saturn aspecting your sign. So in a way, it's a better situation than we've had until recently. Jupiter now aspecting Libra along with Saturn is taking some of the pressure off. So that's one possibility, because up until now, it was Saturn full on. It still is Saturn full on. So it's asking you to really look at yourself closely and what makes you happy and what doesn't make you happy and what you maybe need to get rid of that's not making you happy. But Jupiter in your 5th is more inspired, and it's bringing a bit more a sense of what would inspire you, and any kind of creative self-expressive thing, any kind of future planning, any kind of sense of what's possible could be with Jupiter now inspiring you, but it could also be a little bit pie in the sky. Let's face it, because Neptune is here. Neptune creates a blurry picture, so it's not really clear about what it is that you're planning. Now, if you have children, it would express itself through that relationship, or your planning, your family planning matters, or if you have any kind of creative endeavor on the go, or if you've just met somebody in a relationship, that's 5th house. It's the romantic part of the relationship. So there's this kind of like maybe a vague notion about that relationship with that person or that thing, the relationship to that thing, or just generally about your future. Speculating about your future. Neptune can create this kind of blurry image, and Jupiter can kind of blow that out of proportion. So it kind of could be something a bit more fantastical. And so that's something to be mindful of at this time, and as the Moon joins these planets on the 5th, 6th, and 7th. The Moon then moves on and moves into your 7th house by mid-month. And I just wanted to draw your attention to Uranus here, which has been retrograde now for a few months, and it will actually station direct here by the 18th. Now, Uranus is a slow-moving planet, and yet at the same time, it creates changes in a very sudden way. And so when it starts to station direct, it's not appearing to move. So it actually can be a bit more volatile. So there could be some changes, some volatility going on in your relationship and in relations in general, whether with your significant other or any other. So around the 11th and 12th, something to be mindful of as, you know, the Moon joins it, but it's certainly through the month as Uranus stations direct from the 18th, but really for the whole month as Uranus does this change about direction. And maybe now thinking about the changes that have to be made in your relationship that you've been dwelling on, maybe the internal changes, the adjustments that you've made yourself in how you're relating to your other, any other. And now it's about having made those adjustments, maybe actually externalizing them now when Uranus stations direct. The Moon then joins Rahu and re-triggers this whole theme around your 2nd and 8th values, yours and others, resources, yours and others, money, yours and others, family, yours and others, and getting this balance right, which again can easily go out of balance. You know, it's not clear about what's mine, what's yours, and, you know, who's investing in what, all of those kinds of themes, money kind of themes in a big way, of course. So Mars is nearly done with Scorpio in your 2nd sign, and so this is a, you know, transitionary phase as well into mid-month. So there's a lot happening by mid-month in terms of the planets changing direction or signs. So the first thing to change is on the 14th, Sun moves into Capricorn and Mercury stations retrograde, and a couple of days later Mars moves into Sagittarius. So let's talk about all of those. So Sun, Mercury retrograde, hemmed in between Saturn, Pluto, Sun, Pluto conjunct by the 17th. This is, you know, there's some complex dynamics going on here for sure in your home environment. So just to be mindful of that, or in your relationship to your mother, if she's still alive, or any kind of mother figure. This could be quite complex in terms of some kind of power struggle. and maybe even an identity crisis around, your home environment and what is it that makes you happy, who makes you happy. And again, if your mother's alive and you're dealing with her in any way at this time, just to be very mindful and slow in your interactions with her, because Mercury's retrograde and Sun, Saturn, Pluto all kind of create these kind of interesting power struggles, basically. Remember that Venus is still retrograde in your third, so communication might be a bit iffy anyway, but now you're adding in Mercury in retrograde, it's just adding to that kind of, so being very mindful of how you're communicating anything and with anyone, and especially about how you feel, because it could get quite complex. So then on the 18th, as I mentioned, Uranus stations direct, but then we also have the full moon on the 17th into the 18th. So this full moon on the 17th is a counterbalance to all of this kind of like overly focusing on certain things in your life. And of course, the main planet, the main focus, areas of focus are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And so again, it's about what you desire, what would make you happy, and how you're going to go about making that thing happen, what you would love to happen in the future. And especially your home life and in more obvious ways, these are things that you might be overly focusing on to the point where you're actually losing perspective, and that this full moon now opposite in your 10th house on the 17th, 18th is about you finding more balance with more career objectives, being more focused on your career for a while. And sometimes maybe thinking about that as a kind of like, again, maybe going out to work. And if you haven't been able to go out to work, perhaps that's one of the issues. Maybe you've been working from home and it's creating complexities in the home. Maybe it's be good to kind of go out and venture out into the world a bit for this full moon. And it's generally a more social time of the month anyway, a full moon. So this could be a time to be more social in terms of your professional engagements, maybe to connect with others in that way. So again, it counterbalances the kind of tendency to be overly focused on your home environment and any kind of issues that are happening in your home. So that's the full moon on the 17th and 18th. And then I'll just draw your attention and draw the month to a close to the moon's waning down into your rising sign or moon sign Libra, and then into Scorpio to finish out the month in Sagittarius, where Mars has now joined your ruler. On the 29th, Venus, your ruler, stations direct. So after a month of hesitancy in being able to express anything you want, actually, even though it's about you really thinking about what you want and reevaluating what's important to you, now you might not have been able to express any of that though, because you've been working it all out. But now that Venus, your ruler, is stationing direct and joined by Mars, pushing it along, it's kind of like now it's like, okay, now this is what I know I want. Now I want to go for this. There still are the details to work out. Of course, Mercury still retrograde into the 4th of February and still hemmed in between Pluto and Saturn during that time, with Saturn-Sun combination coming together. So there's a kind of like hurdle to overcome here in your home. So again, you might want something very clearly now that that's clear to you that this is what you want to go for, but then there's something to work out in your home environment, some details to work out as to how you're going to go about getting that thing. So that's, really what these transits are saying in January, Libra. I hope that's been of help. It's definitely a mixed bag of a month. It's a bit of a stop-starty kind of month, a bit of a false start in many ways. But again, it's an important time of the year, January, to kind of set some intentions around the things that you want to make happen. And again, for you, Libra, it's about those things that would make you happy. And Libra, you know that you're a sign that really needs to have a balance, right, in all of these things. And because of all the planets being on one side of the nose, in balancing all of these indications, always thinking about a counterbalance, trying to find perspective with the kind of opposing quality. So if you're overly focusing on the home situation and looking at problems in the home, it's obviously helpful to kind of go outside of the home for a while to kind of get some perspective. Or if you're overly focusing on what you want and, that is, or you're trying to say something and you're not getting clear about it, then it's good to step back from it for a while and to kind of think about these things, just to slow down and think before approaching it again, and maybe in a different way. So Libra, I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And so we'll move on to the next sign, and that's Scorpio. Hello, Scorpio. This is a forecast for Scorpio rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Scorpio, your ruling planets, not just one, but two, Mars and Ketu, which co-rule Scorpio, are in Scorpio. So this is and has been a very powerful time for you. Now, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily easy, because Mars and Ketu are not easy. They are challenging, but it is a powerful time nonetheless. And it's not necessarily also very obviously powerful either, because Ketu is very hidden. And so when you have Mars, Ketu come together in Scorpio, a very hidden sign, and these, especially Ketu, which is very hidden, and you might even feel that you're hidden, that you're actually invisible, that you're hiding away and going through some process. You know, you might say Scorpio is always going through a process, but now there's even more of a process going through. Joined by Mars for the last few weeks and for the first couple of weeks of January, this is a time for you to really, really dig deep and make some really fundamental changes to your personality and to how you express yourself, to who you are, even physically. If this is your rising sign, obviously this is actually a physical thing as well, and needed to kind of come out of your shell a bit. If it's your moon sign, it's emotionally, of course. It's more about how you're having to dig deep emotionally and find the resilience within, and find that, you know, you don't have to put up a guard always. You know, you can, you know, challenge yourself to kind of step outside of your comfort zone more and more, which is what this combination is referring to. So Mars, Ketu, and also joined by the moon for the new year, before the new moon in the next sign, Sagittarius, is about going there and facing your fears and dealing with them and overcoming them ultimately. And then as it moves on, then as the moon moves on into Sagittarius for the new moon on the 2nd, so the sun, moon, and retrograde Venus in your 2nd is asking you to look at, you know, things that are more principled in your life, that are more meaningful and valuable to you. Because, you know, once you're figuring out who you are and who you are not, and getting rid of who you are not to become more of who you are, that's even such a phrase we can use, to become more of who you are, then you know who you are, then you can then state your case clearly about what you value. And that's what the 2nd house is all about. So the new moon in your 2nd house, Sagittarius, on the 2nd of January is a new year in a more of a real sense than New Year's Day. But it's a new moon, as we have every month, and an important reset for the year. And again, in relation to your values. So valuables, of course, and resources and money are one thing to be really mindful of how you're spending right now. If you have savings, what are you spending it on? The 2nd house is bank account. But again, beyond money, it's about values and self-worth and self-value, you know. So it's like, how much do you value yourself? Because if you value yourself, you know, you earn more money. And so there's a whole, obviously, reassessment around these things and how you relate to yourself and to your values with Venus retrograde. And the sacrifices that have to be made in order to make more money, perhaps, because Venus is also your 12th lord. So this kind of whole sense of reevaluation, and also not just about money, by the way, it's also about money and your honey, your relationship. So you're going through a lot of reevaluation of your partner, of your relationships in general, of how you relate, especially with everybody, not just your partner. And 12th house is also to do with sleep. So, you know, reevaluating that as well. Are you getting good quality sleep? These are things to be mindful of. Saturn's aspecting your 12th house, so maybe not. While Venus is retrograde and hemmed in between Mars and Saturn, maybe you're not getting the best sleep at the moment, but that's okay. You know, everything has its time. This too shall pass. So these are some of the things that, you know, this new moon could be throwing up for you to kind of reset as your intentions around. So getting good quality sleep, being, you know, very clear in what's meaningful and purposeful to you, and valuable to you, and who is valuable to you. These are all things to be mindful of during this new moon on the 2nd. And to, again, set some intentions around this, I would say, as well. And because Venus is retrograding all month until the 29th of January, this is a theme for the whole month about you reevaluating how you relate to another, how you relate to your partner, and reevaluating your partner, and be mindful of that as well, because Venus is hemmed in between Saturn and Mars, that you might be kind of feeling hemmed in, that you can't go this way and you can't go that way, and you're feeling kind of stuck in your relationship. And that's something to be mindful of, so that you don't kind of overreact to that kind of feeling stuck or trapped in some way. And if you are feeling stuck or trapped, it's just a feeling, that might not be necessarily true, but if you're feeling it, it's a feeling and it's true for you. How do you express that? How do you find some outlet for that? There is some way to find an outlet for that, always. So that's the new moon on the 2nd. I'm going to draw your attention to then the third sign, the next along, which is Capricorn, and their third sign, where the moon, Saturn, Pluto, Mercury all join together, and Sun by mid-month, as Mercury retrogrades by the 14th of January. Now, this is a lot of attention and a lot of focus and a lot of a need for review in the third house. And the third house is very much about how you're communicating, Scorpio. So third house is about your efforts as well in communication, in saying what you want, and in getting what you want, and in fighting for what you want. Now, Mercury isn't necessarily one to fight for something. It wants to kind of rationalize it and explain why you should get what you want. Saturn is more likely to fight and be more objective about it, and or not even fight, but maybe just state your case very coldly and factually. Pluto is probably a bit more underhanded about you wanting to get what you want. And so when the Sun joins it as Mercury retrogrades, there's going to be some power struggle here going on in terms of your communications. And so to be really mindful, I would say, from the end of January into February, how you're communicating with others. Because at the same time, Venus retrograde in your second house, and these planets hemming it in with, Ketu on the one side and, Saturn on the other with Pluto. There's a lot of complexities going on here. So I'd be really mindful, Scorpio, on how you're communicating with other people, what you say, how you say it. It's not just about what you say, of course, it's how you say it. And you, more than anyone, Scorpio, should be mindful of that, because Scorpios are always looking for cues, non-verbal cues. So looking for the non-verbal cues in your own self and how you're expressing yourself. Third house is about you also taking up arms and going for something and grabbing something and achieving something and making efforts to improve yourself. And these planets do well here, especially Saturn. Mercury retrograde here is definitely tricky, so you have to be mindful of that from mid-month until the 4th of February. Again, just being really careful in how you're communicating, whether written, word, or spoken. I would be really mindful. So then the moon moves on into your 4th house, where Jupiter is and Neptune. Now, Jupiter in the 4th is really nice in terms of the home environment. So there must be some improvements going on in your home, or even just if there were no improvements, there is a sense of more connection to your own home and your own sense of well-being as well, whether it's physical home, bricks and mortar home. There's something nice there. With Jupiter in the 4th, there's always something nice in the home environment. Now, if this is your rising sign, it's your physical environment. If it's your moon sign, then it's more emotionally, right? Feeling more emotionally secure. And when you feel more emotionally secure, of course, then there's more of a possibility of expansion, of growth, which is what Jupiter is all about. So feeling safe is at the bedrock of expansion. And cohesion and coherence and order, which is another indication of Jupiter, is another indication of expansion, because things don't expand unless there is order. If there's chaos, they disintegrate, they break down. So Jupiter in the home is definitely a good indication for some improvement, home improvement, but also, again, emotionally improvement. And getting some order, getting your emotions in order, in other words, getting this sense of everything, feeling everything and allowing everything its place, and then everything can be worked out. Neptune, on the other hand, is a bit more diffuse and a bit more vague and a bit more unclear about maybe how you're feeling or around your home environment. Maybe this is kind of idealism that you have, or even fantasy around a home environment that's ideal for you, that might not necessarily be real. That might be a bit of pie in the sky now that it's joined by Jupiter. So that's something to be mindful of. you might even be like deluded, or someone might delude you. Someone actually might, I don't even know if that's the phrase, someone might actually deceive you. That's the phrase. You might be deluded, but someone actually might deceive you in the home environment, because Neptune and Jupiter in the fourth is that kind of, that possibility. So that's something to be mindful of as well around the 6th, 5th, 6th, 7th, as the moon joins these planets. The moon then moves on and joins Uranus in your 6th, and this is the other, Mars's other sign, and Uranus is actually stationing direct on the 18th. So really the whole month of January, Uranus is slowing down, stationing, and moving forward. So it's the whole process here of you working things out in terms of a lot of internal adjustments that have been made over the last few months with Uranus retrograde now has to be taken and moved direct. And so 6th house Uranus is very much about sudden changes sometimes. Even though it's a slow moving planet, it can actually make some changes really suddenly. And, you know, making some external changes more so now than the internal changes that you've been having to make in the last few months around other changes that have happened in your environment. So again, Uranus is all about change at every turn, but as it retrogrades, it's more about making those internal changes. And then it goes direct, it's making more external changes. Then when it goes retrograde again, it's again an adjustment, an internal adjustment to those external changes. So now we're moving into another direct phase of Uranus in Aries in your 6th. Scorpio, this is all about you know, thinking about your everyday routines, your health and regimes and exercise routines, your eating habits, your work routines, your work-life balance, all of that is heaped into the 6th house. So are you actually up for change? Or do you need to make adjustments? Probably, you probably do with Uranus. That's going to remind you in January. So then the moon moves on, moves and joins the north node and reactivates the nodes. Now this is an ongoing thing and has been for, you know, over a year now. Rahu in your 7th, Ketu in your 1st, and especially with Ketu joined by Mars, you know, there is a possibility that, you know, this could be more balanced with Mars, your ruler, in your 1st. So there's a sense of self and then a need for the other. But the more the possibility here is that you're overly focusing on the 7th, overly focusing on the relationship, on more relationships perhaps, and more, and not focusing on yourself as much. Now, having said that, like I said, Ketu rules Scorpio, so it is at home there, and so it is about feeling at home in yourself and feeling that sense of centeredness in yourself while you engage with others. But as you engage with others, which is very possible for the last year, has been very possible, and losing yourself in the other, again, the counterbalance to that is to remain focused on the stillness within yourself, which is what Ketu is. So now that Mars and Ketu are together for the first couple of weeks of January and for, you know, December, that the potential of there being really strongly centered on the self as you engage with others is there. So there is actually more of a balance that you're able to achieve, Scorpio, I believe, during this time. Having said that, you could easily see go out of balance and you overly focusing on the other, on the experience of the other, and losing yourself in that mix. Now, the one thing that's happening is the moon moves on, is that once it separates from the nodes, it breaks this combination, this Kala Sarpa Yoga. And this Kala Sarpa Yoga, or serpent of time, is when all the planets are on one side of the nodes. And as they line up on one side of the nodes, life gets a bit imbalanced. We get a bit like lopsided, and we're overly focusing on certain areas and we're losing focus on others. And of course, that means it's always helpful to counterbalance that. And the moon helps that as it breaks the cycle. And then the moon moving over to one side shows, you know, maybe we need to focus on this a little bit so we can gain some perspective. So the moon, especially for the full moon on the 17th, you see here in Cancer, in your 9th sign, is about not getting too bogged down in your opinions, 3rd sign, and what you're going for all the time and all your self-effort. And maybe just trying to like get some advice from someone else that's 9th sign, maybe from a mentor, a teacher, someone who can just give you advice about something that you're trying to work out and you've been grappling with, especially now that we see here since the 14th, the sun has entered your 3rd sign, Capricorn, conjunct Pluto and then Saturn, and a Mercury retrograde. So there's a lot you're grappling with and trying to figure out yourself. And this full moon on the 17th, 18th is asking you to kind of find that counterbalance with advice from others who know better, basically. That's the full moon on the 17th, 18th. It's a good time to find that balance. And then leading into the end of the month, as we began the month, the moon actually wanes into Scorpio. So we see here on the 27th, 28th into the 29th, the moon joins Ketu in Scorpio, and re-highlighting that imbalance that's possible between yourself and the other, between your innate sense of self and centeredness and stillness and your need for the experience and getting lost in the experience in Rahu. And Mars, of course, at this stage as well has moved in. Your ruler has moved into Sagittarius from the 16th of January. So a lot, hinging in the middle of on the middle of January, where things change from mid-January, including the Mercury retrograde, but also Mars moving into Sagittarius from the 16th of January, joining Venus. And that's a whole other story because that's a long conjunction between Venus and Mars for the next few weeks. But as the moon moves into Sagittarius, joining Mars and Venus, Venus stations direct. And that's on the 29th of January. So this is the time actually where you're really going to be able to focus on the things that you value and the people you value and your valuables and your bank account and all of that and your resources, and start to move forward with what's important to you. Start to think ahead. Yet at the same time, getting what you want isn't necessarily going to be very clear from the outset because Mercury's retrograde in your third, and you've still got all these restrictions from Saturn, Pluto in your third, and yet still you're having to work towards it and make efforts. And though you might not be clear about it from the outset, and Mercury's asking you to reassess and review and rework how you do go about it, you still have this sense of what is important to you at this stage with Venus direct from the 29th. And because now Mars is coming up behind it, it's adding fuel to that passion. And it's certainly a time to be passionate, to express your passions for the next few weeks as Venus Mars come together. And as you work all the details out, as you will, it's more important that you're really clear about what gives your life passion and meaning and purpose. Passion, meaning, and purpose. Venus Mars conjunct in your second sign, Sagittarius. And from that, you can fuel whatever endeavor you have, whatever resources that you need can come to you. You can attract whatever resources you need to make that thing happen. Second house is all about resources. Venus is all about attracting it into your life. So Scorpio, that's the month of January. Hope you found that helpful. It's a mixed bag of a month for sure. It's a bit of a stop-start month, and there is definitely this sense of by mid-month things kind of turning around and maybe not going as forward as you would like or as quickly as you would like, and there's a bit of a detour to take. But again, as long as you're clear about why you're on the journey in the first place, what gives your life meaning and purpose, what do you value and who do you value, then you're going to clearly stick with it and stick with it for the long haul. So Scorpio, hope you found that helpful. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead, and until next time. Moving on to the next sign, and that is Sagittarius. Hello, Sagittarius. This is a forecast for Sagittarius rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Sagittarius, your ruling planet Jupiter is in Aquarius, the third sign from Sagittarius. It's moving lunar mansions also in January, on January 2nd on the new moon. And this, together with the new moon in your sign, a new moon in Sagittarius, shows that things are starting to shift for you now. And this is a much more positive shift because, let's face it, Sagittarius, the last year, a couple of years even, has been challenging. And this is also a challenging time, the new year, but it's moving towards a better time, a more easeful time, because Jupiter itself is all about ease. It's all about opportunity, growth, and having a growth mindset. And Sagittarius right now is hemmed in with all of the malevolent planets, Mars, Ketu on one side, and Saturn, Pluto the other, with an aspect from Rahu. All of these malevolent planets are influencing you or making you feel restricted in some way. This could be affecting your sleep, your finances, 12th house, second house indications, family, all of that. So there are some issues going on for sure. But again, there is some more hopeful indications here as well, coming out of this in a way, leading from this in many ways. And so Jupiter's transition now into the next lunar mansion in Aquarius, called Shatabishak, which is the 100 medicines or 100 healers, shows, a more hopeful situation as we go into 2022. And for you, because it's your third sign, going for something you want, making efforts and getting what you want. Travel is also a part of that, as the third sign is opposite the ninth sign. Third sign is generally though more about everyday travel, like short trips, whereas the ninth sign opposite is about long distance travel. And again, because you yourself personally might feel restricted at the moment with all of these planets hemming you in, that's certainly more hopeful to be able to see the possibility of travel there on the horizon. So the month starts off again, like I said, maybe in a kind of restricted way for you, but it's leading to something better. So let me actually draw up the change of time, and we'll see how it pans out. So as I mentioned, there's a new moon in your sign. It's on the 2nd of January. And so this is an important reset for you personally, of course, as the sun is your ninth lord and Sagittarius is the natural ninth sign of the zodiac. It's all about having faith and belief. And it is a kind of a growth mindset, as I said. So it's very much about kind of thinking more expansively, looking for opportunity, travel and study, and all of these things tie in with that. Feeling more faithful and hopeful and optimistic about the future and planning for the future. And of course, a new moon is all about sowing seeds as well, and weeding and ridding yourself of things that are in the way, and being able to plant seeds for something new to sprout forth in the coming months is important at this time, I feel, for you, Sagittarius. So thinking about what's important to you, what is your purpose in life, what is your dharma, what is your reason for being here in the first place, going back to that, understanding that new moon on the 2nd of January would be a good time to kind of really sort of refuel yourself, inspire yourself again within, to really look within, not trying to find anything outwardly, because outwardly, if you look for it there, it's just going to be restriction and lots of fear around the issues in the world. And this is the hemming in that's possible. So the only way out is in many ways. And this is showing this need to go within to find that inspiration. It's called inspiration for a reason. It's inward, and also intuition, because it's all about finding your sense of self and purpose and your dharma. So this new moon on the 2nd is an important reset for you personally, Sagittarius. Venus is retrograde all month until the 29th of January. So you might have this sense of, a lot of review, of course, in how you're, doing your everyday work in your health routines, very much because Venus represents that, but also your long-term goals and objectives. Venus also represents that for you. So how are you personally going about your everyday goals and plans and all of these things? How are you implementing those, and how are they impacting you personally? And how are you presenting yourself as well, which is Venus in the first? How do you present yourself to the world? And how do you present those goals and dreams and wishes to yourself? And that's really what showing up for your life every day means. So with Venus retrograde, it's about reevaluating, reassessing all of these things, and showing yourself, what are you doing every day? That is literally showing you, it's reflecting back to you what you value, because what you do is what you value. What you spend time doing every day is what you value, and what you would hope to gain in anything. You do things that you obviously wish to gain from. So just have a look at what you're doing every day, and is what you're doing working? Because Venus retrograde is maybe asking you to look at what's not working as much as it is about what is. And so maybe you need to kind of rethink some strategies, some everyday routines that maybe are just not kind of giving you that kind of thing that you want. So maybe you have to kind of rethink how you work, and how your life works. So that's Venus retrograde. That's also part of the story of the new moon. So it's a good time to kind of reset some intentions here and to review for the whole month of January, really, because of Venus retrograde. The moon then moves on and meets with Saturn and Mercury and Pluto all together in Capricorn. And the sun will move on here as well. So for the first couple of weeks of the month, the sun is in your sign. So it's kind of really like a rejuvenation. So the new moon is very much a part of that story as well. Reinvigorating yourself. You know, it could be physically, but it's also about feeling inspired more. So reinvigoration, I mean, like this feeling inspired again, you know. But then the sun moves into Capricorn on the 14th of January. I'll show you that in a while, as Mercury retrogrades, stations retrograde on the 14th, all within the confines of Saturn Pluto in your second sign. So basically, it's again drawing it back to what initially inspires you, because unless you're inspired, then you're not going to want to do all of the things that are required. And what's required here, you know, is for you to use your finances, for example, the resources that you have in getting what you want, because the second sign is that. Also your connections in terms of community and your family, maybe family supports and things like that. Or just emotional support. But Saturn Pluto, of course, hemming in Mercury and Moon and soon the Sun, is really getting you to really kind of focus on things and not focus on things negatively and in any way doom and gloom. Focus on things in a positive way where it's like, this is what I have. This is what I, you know, need to focus on right now. I don't have this, so there's no point focusing on that. Focus on what you do have and what you can make work for you. And also that obviously means that after mid-month, it'll be just as much about reworking things and reassessing and reviewing things as it will be about anything else. So a lot of emphasis on your second sign, Capricorn, what's working for you, what's no longer working for you in terms of your financial outlook and all of these things. For example, earning money, putting aside money, saving money at this time. I wouldn't necessarily be like splurging on things that are not important, in other words, because again, if you've assessed now, or you are currently assessing what's important to you, what is your purpose, then only spend money on those things, because you're going to need it, with all of these planets now doing what they're doing in your second sign. The other thing to note then is when the moon joins Jupiter and Neptune on the 6th, 7th, and this is basically reminding you of your wishes. The third house is very much about what you would like and what you want to go for and grab. And it's like, I want this, and this really piqued my interest. Third house is like engagement of all kinds, interactions of all kinds, even intercourse. It's very sexual also. But whether it's sexual energy, libido, or whether that's channeled through other creative endeavors, the third house is that kind of energy. So it's all about making efforts in getting what you want, fighting for what you want. And so Jupiter, Neptune here is creating kind of maybe a bit of a not so clear route in getting what you want. So you know, again, tracing it back to your sign and the new moon in Sagittarius, it's very much about being clear about your purpose, and then the steps required and the resources required in the second sign to achieve that purpose. But then the third sign, the next one on, is about how you go get it, and how you express it also. How do you communicate to others what you want, for example? So this is not so clear. Jupiter, your ruler, with Neptune, as they come together as well in the coming months, they are exactly together in April, is really asking you to get more clear about that, but also to dream big right now. Neptune can be a bit vague and maybe even diluted sometimes. So it's really important to be really clear about what your message is, not just what you're communicating to other people, but what are you communicating to yourself? Because if, again, you're very clear about your purpose and what's important to you, what you value, then it follows that you would be able to communicate that clearly. But first, you need to communicate it to yourself. Like, it's that internal dialogue. Third house is very much like that inner voice. So once you're clear about that, It's again a process of getting clear. It's not maybe necessarily so clear right now, but once you are, then you'll be able to communicate that more effectively. And then as Saturn moves in the summer into your third sign, then it's about, okay, this is what I need to communicate. This is what I want. These are the things I need to do, and this is what I'm going to do. And Saturn does really well in the third. It's all about making efforts, whereas Jupiter doesn't necessarily. Jupiter in the third can be a bit sort of, it should be self-evident what I want. Shouldn't have to explain to you what I want, but Jupiter is forced to have to explain, and Jupiter and the third don't mix for that reason. So again, although this is a very positive situation, ultimately it's becoming more positive, more and more positive in the coming weeks and months. It's initially with Jupiter in the third, maybe a bit challenging for you to kind of be clear about what you want, or to state what you want to yourself and to other people to make it happen. So that's Jupiter and Neptune in the third. Again, this is only for the next few weeks. By April, they start to move. They move into Pisces in April. So that's a much stronger indication, a much more clear indication in many ways as well about what you need to go for. So let's move it on. The moon then moves into your fourth, where Jupiter and Neptune will both transit by April. It's always good to be mindful of, what is real, what is fantasy with Jupiter and Neptune as they transit from your third to your fourth. What's real, what's fantasy? What can I really make happen? You will make it happen eventually as Saturn moves through here as well, making all of these things very real. But initially it can be a complete another fantasy. So it's about, again, what is real? What can you make happen? What is not real? The moon then joins Uranus in your fifth sign, and it's all about, fourth sign before it is all about, you do anything because you want to be happy. That's the third sign, what piques your interest, and you want to go for whatever you want because you think it will make you happy. And then the fifth sign is when you are happy, you're able to express yourself more. And the fifth sign is also about you're able to speculate more, you're able to plan more. It's all about planning the future. You're able to connect more with other people. You can open your heart and you can invite someone into your life and meet a lover if you're not in a relationship. You can have children if you don't have children. When you're happy and settled and stable in the fourth, then it's easier to plan rearing children. So that's fifth sign. So Uranus is here and has been here for some years. It's retrograde until the 18th of January. So in January, it is shifting direction as it stations direct and starts to move forward with plans. And therefore, you can start to move forward with plans. Up until now, in the last few months, it's been more about you adapting and reassessing, and making a lot of internal changes around the future plans. But as Uranus moves forward, even though slow moving planet and it takes its time in January to move forward, it can create sudden sort of insights into, okay, this is what I need to do. This is what I need to plan now. So that's also possible. So stay open to what's possible, I would say, and plan your future, and stay open to unexpected changes as well in your future is another good thing to be mindful of. The moon then joins the nodes on the 13th, 14th, as the sun is about to shift from your sign into your second, and Mercury will station. So I'll talk about that in a minute, but first let's talk about the nodes. Moon joined Rahu, the north node, in your sixth sign, with Mars for the first couple of weeks in your 12th sign with Ketu. Now this can show issues around, restful sleep, because Mars in your 12th sign conjunct Ketu can show, Ketu itself can remove things, can show a lack of good quality sleep. Mars further disturbs that. And that's one of the things that's leading to you feeling kind of like hemmed in a way, because it's like if you don't have good quality sleep and you don't have the resources that you need for yourself personally, if you're not sleeping and eating well, for example, that's 12th and second sign, then you're not likely to feel well. So that's one of the things that may be limiting you right now, which is part of the story, but it's important to address these things, of course. But the moon also now joins the sixth sign in Rahu, the north node. And the sixth sign is ruled by Venus, which is retrograding your sign. It's asking you to completely reassess how you're doing things, your health, and how you're managing your life and your health. And Rahu here can sometimes overly focus here and obsess even around ill health and problems in your life, whether it's health problems or work related problems, problems with coworkers, problems with paying your bills, problems with everyday stuff, sixth sign, and overly focusing on those problems as well, where you then also cannot shut off and go to sleep and rest peacefully and really deep sleep. That's 12th sign. So although those are the problems that are potentially presented to you, there's also the potential for you to find more balance here by experiencing an imbalance. The nodes tend to show imbalances. So finding more balance between your everyday routines and work regimes and getting it all working well and improving your life versus being able to shut off and sort of let your work go and let all of these plans go and let all of these problems go and sleep and rest or meditate. If you're not sleeping well, then perhaps, you know, yogic sleep like yoga nidra. These are good practices to do where you can really rest more fully. You know, so a really long yoga nidra practice can really compensate for a lack of sleep many times. So that's an ongoing issue that has been, especially recently in the last few weeks with Mars here in the 12th, but it has been an issue overall in getting the balance right between your everyday routines and your ability to let go and surrender. That's been the last year. So a big theme here. One of the things that happens then, so the next one I'll show you is the sun moving into Capricorn, your second sign, as Mercury stations retrograde, and doing so between Saturn and Pluto. So there's a lot of kind of things kind of hinging here on your ability to do anything based on what resources you have and the supports that you have from your community or your family. So there might be some issues here, of course, with Saturn Pluto here for the last couple of years. But now Mercury retrograding, really getting you to reassess and review this area of your life in a major way as the sun now joins it. So it's really putting the spotlight here in January, from mid-January. So what's important to you? What do you value? Who do you value? Who are the people you value? The family members, the community that you would live within? You know, what's important? And, you know, it's just as much about, you know, what's not important to you and what you don't value and what you don't want anymore. And it's about getting rid of, it's about simplifying things more than anything, Saturn. It's about what you can do without as well in terms of resources. And maybe it's not the most, you know, I would say it's not the best time to be splurging. Let me put it that way. But in general, Saturn in the second sign is not a time to be splurging anyway. It's about saving. But it's also about using your resources wisely and, you know, being more frugal, perhaps without having a sort of poverty mindset, because that could also easily seep in. So you don't want to have a poverty mindset, but you also want to use your resources carefully and mindfully. So if you can get that balance right, of course, that will be a better expression of all of these planets in your second sign. Another thing I want to point out is that now that the moon has crossed over the nodal axis Rahu Ketu, it's broken this spell in a way somewhat, but it's still hanging in the air with all of the planets on one side of the nodes for the first couple of weeks of January, and then at the end of January again, and it does it every couple of weeks there, therefore. But the moon every couple of weeks breaks this, and so from mid-January it also breaks it, and leading into the full moon on the 17th. And that's the time, you know, to find more balance between all of these things that you're really focusing so much on, with all the planets gathering in just 3 signs, your first, second, and third sign, with all of them then obviously on one side of the nodes exaggerating this. So it's like yourself, what you value, and how you communicate what you value is so much the focus that you could completely lose perspective. It's like you're so focused on it that everything is like you're putting all your eggs in one basket and you're forgetting about all the other things in your life. So the full moon, and the moon in general as it goes around the other side of the zodiac, but the full moon especially, is a time to focus on other things, to find that kind of counterbalance. So the full moon in your 8th sign is about, not just about what's important to you, but it's also about what's important to your partner or to others in general. And to be open to other people, to be open to other people's whatever, their opinions, their views, their whatever they find important to them, to be open to help as well, to be open to the unexpected, to be open to change. Not that it's all kind of all you can see and all you can work out and you know, as resourceful as you need to be right now. It's about being open to help from other people and expect good things, you know, unexpected change and unexpected help from other people as well is also part of the eighth house. And the moon here and the full moon, especially because the full moon is very much about attraction, and you know, it's very out there, and it's about attracting help, attracting resources from other people, attracting different things into your life that maybe you just don't see right now, or you don't even expect to see. And just being open to that, just the mere fact that you can be open to it, can suggest that there's something possible. So that's the full moon, and it's on the 17th into the 18th. The moon then wanes, as it does every month, and it wanes into Scorpio, your 12th sign. Mars has by the 16th moved into your sign. So let me just go back and just show you that again, and that's around the full moon. So when Mars moves into your sign together with Venus, this is a time to be really, really focused on how are you expressing your passions, and is there an expression, is there an outlet for this? Because now with Venus is slowing down by the end of the month and will station on the 29th as the moon joins it. So I'll show you that here. So the moon moves into your sign, Venus is stationing direct, Mars has moved into your sign. So let me show you here, Moon, Mars, Venus, direct by the end of the month. So this is a time to be really focused on, you know, with Mars now fueling Venus and pushing the agenda and what you want to plan and what needs to, you know, go forward full steam. You know, by the end of the month, Venus not moving at all, it's stationing direct, so it's not actually going anywhere. But at least then into February you can start to move forward, and Venus and Mars will come together in February exact degree. This is a time to be really passionate about the things that you want to achieve and how you're going to go about achieving them, and all the things that you would love to achieve and all the sacrifices that you have to make to achieve it. All of these things will be really apparent in February, but I'll talk more about that next month. For January, it's a bit of a stop-start. It's a bit of a kind of false start in many ways, with Mercury retrograding and the steps that are required and the resources that are needed for you to make your dreams a reality, as you're reassessing your dreams in the first place with Venus retrograde all of the month. So it's a bit of a stop-start, you know, and not probably the best month in a way to kind of start anew. But it is certainly a time to rethink things and reassess things and to be clear, to get clear. It's a process of getting clear about what's important to you. And by becoming clear about what's important to you, you can then subsequently move on with these plans and put them in place and start to plan out now for the next few weeks and months as these planets file from your first, second into your third. So it's very much about going for something you want in the coming months. But first, remember to always draw it back to this new moon at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the month of January. And again, reinstating that case of what is it that I want? What is it, my purpose in the first place? Not just what I want, what's my purpose? So Sagittarius, I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And moving on to the next sign, and that is Capricorn. Hello Capricorn, this is a forecast for Capricorn rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Capricorn, you have your ruling planet Saturn moving forward. It's moving direct in the beginning of the year, as it does every beginning of every year before it will station later on. But that is a sense of moving forward in many ways. Personally, a lot of attention drawn to your sign in January. Always in January, because the sun moves into your sign. Added to that this year, we have Mercury retrograde. As the sun moves in on January 14th, it stations retrograde. And Pluto is still here, of course, for many, many years. So there's a lot of emphasis on your sign, Capricorn. And whether it's rising sign or moon sign, this is a lot of personal focus. And of course, if it's rising sign, that could add to, you know, focusing on your physical reality as well. moon sign, focusing on yourself and your likes and dislikes and your sense of self. And of course, Saturn is more objective about all of these things, and Capricorn is more objective anyway. And these longer term transits of Saturn and Pluto, there's bigger themes at play here within more short term themes of especially Mercury as it retrogrades. And of course, Mercury is about, together with Saturn and Pluto, hemmed in between Saturn and Pluto, is how your life works and what needs to be reworked and reassessed and reviewed. And so there are things in January, especially from mid-month onwards, as the sun moves in and Mercury retrogrades, there are things for you to reassess and redo and rethink, completely rethink. And within the confines of Saturn Pluto, because of the changes that you're going through anyway, the very personal changes that you're going through, the more obvious and the not so obvious changes that you're going through, like a deep psychological, like subconscious, complete reshifting, molding of thyself, you're having to reassess, how does all that work in your life? How does that play out in your everyday life and routines? What does that look like? If I'm going through all of these big changes, very much personally and very obviously, perhaps externally in some cases, but also very deeply within myself, how does that affect my everyday life and routines? That's the 6th house. And of course, Mercury also rules your 9th house. So it's very important in terms of, well, how do my beliefs, fall into that? How does what I believe affect my everyday activities? And my health as well. How does my belief affect my health? And so that would be another big part of the Mercury retrograde for you, Capricorn. So work routines, health regimes, all of these kinds of things, just daily routines will be very much the focus in January, and really putting the spotlight on you from mid-month as well as the sun moves into your sign. And again, it's just as much about what's not working and getting rid of what's not working, reassessing that, or just changing it. Even if you don't get rid of it, maybe just adapting it, reassessing it, reworking it. So Venus continues to retrograde in your 12th sign, joined by the sun. It will be joined by Mars later on, and a new moon occurs here on the 2nd. So I'll just show you that here on the 2nd of January, we have the sun, Venus together, and the moon joining them for the new moon. So this is really highlighting, or perhaps not for you very clearly, the 12th sign, because the 12th sign is very hidden and it's your subconscious, it's your sleep. Venus retrograde here as a really important planet for you in terms of your future plans in your 12th house retrograde might not be so clear about what it is you should be planning in the first place. So the 5th and 10th Lord Venus in your 12th house can show this kind of maybe a need to surrender certain plans as well and certain actions. And it's part of what makes you Capricorn, when the 5th Lord and the 10th Lord come together like this. It's a really important planet, Venus, and Venus is very much about compromise. So Capricorn is part of your makeup to be able to do things for others as well as yourself. So it's like, that's the nature of Capricorn. It's not just Saturn, it's actually the Venus ruling the 5th and the 10th, and Saturn's nature, or Venus's nature. But Venus in the 12th, although it's said to be well positioned in the 12th house more than any other planet, and being able to give of others, being able to sacrifice, it is also a time in January to reassess, what are you giving? How much are you giving? And maybe you need to rejuggle all of this. So Venus retrogrades until the 29th of January, but at the very beginning of the month, with the new moon here and Venus being involved with this new moon in Sagittarius in your 12th, it's very much a time to reassess these things and again restate your case maybe deeply within yourself, because the 12th house is again not so obvious, so it's very much subconscious. So it's maybe like when you're going to sleep, setting an intention, and then that intention like really can go very much deeper into your subconscious as you're falling asleep, or as you wake up and then you write down your dreams and you just tap into your subconscious in that way, maybe more so. And again, it's about a major reset in many ways in the year. A new moon at the beginning of the year is, but again, in the 12th house with Venus retrograde, although there might not be a lot of clarity around these intentions about what you're doing, again, you can still plant seeds and understand on a deeper level what's important to you and what needs to be done, but also, again, what needs to be sacrificed in the 12th house. The moon then, after the new moon starts to wax, it moves into your sign on the 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then this then means the moon is joined Mercury, Saturn, Pluto in your sign, and Sun will by mid-month. So there's a lot of emphasis on you and what you're doing and who you are, actually. A lot about personal identity. And, you know, with Mercury retrograding from mid-month as the sun moves into your sign, this would very much be about, you know, maybe even an identity crisis in many ways, because Sun and Saturn combinations can feel like that. But together with Mercury retrograde, that can certainly be the case. Like, who am I? You know, what am I doing? And, you know, where am I going in life? So these are kinds of themes of January. I'll talk more about that when we get to mid-month. The moon then joins Jupiter and Neptune in your second sign on the 6th and 7th. And this is re-emphasizing, as the moon joins it every month, this Jupiter and Neptune combination now for the last few months and for the next few months. And, you know, although Jupiter itself is about being clear, usually about something, and whatever it is you're going for, and whatever you need to surrender to get that, and the resources that are needed for that, and the community that you're with, and the family that you're with, that you identify with, and the values that you hold. This is all second sign matters. But Neptune is not so clear. Neptune might be a little bit vague about what's important to you, and so you're trying to work these things out, being more clear about what's important to you, who's important to you, and using your resources in ways that are important to you, for example. So the moon joining Jupiter Neptune here on the 6th, 7th might just be a reminder of these kind of longer term themes, really, that are running and have been running for some years. So then the moon moves into your third sign and then moves on into your fourth sign, where Uranus is currently slowing and stationing in January. So Uranus was stationed by the 18th. So it's a slow turnaround for what is a slower planet, but also, even though it's a slow planet, it can also, as it stations, create unexpected changes that are quite abrupt or sudden, and, you know, and to be open to kind of more positive changes as well, of course. The fourth sign is very much about home. So there could be some maybe disruption in the home, changes in the home. And Uranus stationing direct, it means that there needs to be some changes that are made after a few months now of Uranus retrograde, and maybe you internally making some adjustments in terms of what makes you happy and in your home and in your personal being. Uranus direct now is about taking those changes you made internally and making some external changes. But again, you might not be conscious of that need because Uranus is not a visible planet. So it's something that you just might not be aware of, but yet the changes can then also take place. The moon then joins the nodes. So it's joining the north node Rahu in your 5th sign with the south node Ketu in your 11th sign. Now, Rahu Ketu is somewhat complex because it creates this sort of imbalance between these two areas of your life, a potential imbalance. And certainly with Mars with Ketu in your 11th sign for the last few weeks and the first couple of weeks of January, there could be a sense of, you know, needing to find this balance again. It's like Mars might be a bit more like a counterweight, because up until now, for the last year, Rahu, the north node, is really emphasizing the 5th house, and Ketu in the 11th house could in some way negate the 11th house. So the 5th house is very much about who you love, and it's very dear and near to you. So it's like, it could be just an individual. If you have children, it's a child. And if you're overly focusing on that person, you could easily neglect the bigger picture and your friends, like your associations and groups. That's 11th sign. So Rahu in the 5th and Ketu in the 11th can show that imbalance. But again, like I said, Mars could be like a counterweight and balance out that, where you're having to focus on your 11th house and friends and groups, as well as your more long-term objectives and your bigger wishes within your society. That's 11th sign, not just your near and dear and those very personal and near to you. That's 5th sign. So Rahu can sometimes show an overly focused nature, where even obsessive nature, that could make you lose perspective of that individual, whether it's a child, whether it's a lover, whether it's a creative endeavor. Any kind of future planning also is very much tied into the 5th sign. Or whether it's a spiritual practice, 5th sign. It's something that you do or someone that you love that's so dear and near to you that you could just not see the thing very clearly because you don't have enough objectivity about it. It's just, you're really focusing in on that. So the moon here joining Rahu for the mid-month, 13th and 14th, that could be a time to just be very mindful of that imbalance again and try and find more balance there. And again, that's a kind of longer term theme, and it's been going on for the last year, and it will continue till April. But then I want to show you on the 14th here, you can see there's quite a significant shift, and that is the sun moves into your sign, and then Mercury will station retrograde. So, you know, ordinarily the sun in your sign, your rising sign, especially, this is like a, you know, physical rejuvenation for the year. It's like a reboot. Moon sign also maybe an emotional sense of rejuvenation. It is your 8th house lord, the sun, so you're very much focusing on hidden aspects and maybe thinking about, you know, other people's, you know, whatever, rejuvenating you. So it could be their resources that rejuvenate you. It could be your intimacy with other people rejuvenating you. It could literally be like that kind of sexual intimacy or emotional intimacy that rejuvenates you, especially if it's your moon. But there's also the complication of Sun and Saturn coming together and into February exact. And so that can create some, you know, issues, some power dynamics, and especially beginning Sun's transit with Sun Pluto. And so there's some like power dynamics maybe going on in your relationships right now, especially if this is your moon sign. But even if it's not, like, there's some relationship issues that are going on and some interesting power dynamics that need to be worked out at this time. Now, when we add a Mercury retrograde on top of that, it just adds a bit more confusion. And so that needs to have, you know, more patience. And, you know, there's things that you have to work out here, of course, things that are important for everyone, for you and everyone together to consider together, and that how this is affecting you personally as well. So definitely a time to be mindful, especially if it were in terms of any relationship, but, you know, for example, work relationships, work colleagues, these kinds of things could be a bit more complicated from mid-January. Now, I want to draw your attention to the full moon, which occurs opposite your sign on the 17th. And so the 17th into the 18th. And this basically kind of offers another counterbalance for all of the planets that are on one side of the nose and hemmed in your sign and either side of your sign. They're in Sagittarius, Capricorn, and Aquarius. There's a lot of emphasis on these three signs. And you could overly focus on these things, you know, who am I and what's important to me and what do I need to surrender and what's not me, as well as what's me. All of that focus could be just too much focus. And the moon then can then offer that counterbalance in the opposite sign, and to focus on another, to focus on your relationship, perhaps, to focus on being social, to focus on being out there. And 17th, 18th, full moon is generally a more social time anyway in the lunar month. A full moon is generally more out there anyway, but certainly a full moon in your 7th sign is definitely a time maybe to be more social, if that's a possibility for you in, you know, where you live, with all the other considerations. But it is a good counterbalance to find more balance within all of these aspects. So that's the full moon on the 17th, 18th. The moon then wanes back into Scorpio, where it began the month and the year. And, you know, in your 11th sign, again, now this shift that's occurring by the 16th of January with Mars moving into your 12th sign, joining Venus, which is stationing on the 29th. This is another key shift at the end of January. So it's a slow turnaround for Venus at the end of January, but it is still turning around. It's starting to move forward again. And so you can then therefore move forward with the things that you want to plan for your life. Because again, Venus is a really important planet for for you for future planning, 5th and 10th Lord. And now in your 12th house, again, although it's maybe not clear about the steps that was required, especially now with Mercury retrograde adding to the mix, there still is this sense of, okay, I know what's important to me, I know what I need to do, or there is this sense of somewhere what maybe needs to happen. I'm maybe not really clear about the details. It's not like 100% clear in my mind in the 12th sign as yet, but I'll get clear about it, you know, so I can't get this sense. You might get this sense of it, especially then as Venus moves on into your sign in Capricorn later on. But now that Venus is joined, it's direct and it's joined by Mars, there's a fuel now added to this. And so in your 12th sign, if you're not tapping into that passion and need for expression and action, Mars in the 12th together with Venus now could create some interesting dynamics in your relationships and in general, where you kind of feel like I got all this energy, but I don't know where to put it, kind of thing. And this could affect, of course, your home life, your personal life, and all your friendships and all of these things, all your engagements, especially if it's your moon sign. But even if, again, if it's not your moon sign, your rising sign, it's the same dynamic. It's the 12th sign from there. It's very much about what's hidden. And again, hidden means subconscious. So if you're not conscious of it and Mars comes along and just fuels it all the more, it could really erupt into your conscious awareness quite abruptly. And you're like, what, where did that come from? You know, you might have an interesting engagement with someone and it's like, where did that come from? So it is you, but it's you maybe not being aware of you. That's the 12th sign. So just being mindful of that, I would say, moving into February, especially, and that's something you can manage and adapt. So Capricorn, that is the month of January 2022, a bit of a complicated month in many ways. There's a lot of personal things to kind of work out, a lot of things to review in your life and to reassess within the context of quite complex dynamics going on anyway. And, you know, again, what is you, what's not you is a big theme, I think, for you, Capricorn. So I hope you found that helpful. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And moving on to the next sign, and that's Aquarius. Hello, Aquarius. This is a forecast for Aquarius rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Aquarius, one of your ruling planets, Saturn, continues to transit your 12th sign. And your other ruling planet is Rahu, the north node of the moon. It's transiting your 4th sign and is aspecting your 12th sign. And this shows changes in your home and a sense of needing to maybe surrender something, to let go of something, to end something, and to move on ultimately. And the sense of moving on, though a slow process, and it has been a really slow process for the last 2 years for you, Aquarius, is going to become more clear as to what needs to come next by the time Saturn moves into your sign in the summer. So in April, end of April into July, that would be an initial kind of hint, more than a hint probably, a sense of, okay, this is what I need to do now. And although it goes back into your 12th sign in the autumn and winter until January 2023, it will give you this sense of, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to maybe go back to the drawing board and maybe finish up what I was doing the end of 2022, but then I can move forward again 2023 and start afresh. So 2022, just as the last couple of years, 2020 and 2021 has been about really ending things, finishing up things. Maybe it's a role that you are playing, maybe it's a role that you have, maybe it's just a time in your life, end of an era kind of thing. And together with Rahu's aspect and its position in your 4th sign all the year and until April this year, 2022, it's really focusing on changes that are happening deep within yourself, deep psychological changes, 4th and 12th house. So these are deep changes that are happening, basically, and that ultimately will reflect in the world around you, in changes in your environment as well, in your home especially. But there are also lots of changes going on in your work, and that is reflected in the opposite to Rahu, your ruler, Ketu, we always have to take the opposite, the Rahu Ketu, into account. And that is in your 10th house, and it's together with Mars, and Mars is here for the first couple of weeks of January still in Scorpio. And so that's really fueling this fire in you in the 10th house in terms of your career and your actions. Now, it's not an obvious fire always, Mars and Ketu in Scorpio, but it is a fire nonetheless. It's a fire and passion there that needs to be expressed, and need to change your career path as well as your home. So that continues for the first couple of weeks, and it continues really until April as Ketu continues to transit here. The moon joins it in New Year's and into the new year. So that's very much a kind of New Year, starting with this theme of what needs to be let go of, again, more than anything else. Added to that, Saturn in your 12th house, Aquarius. This is very much a theme of surrender and change and moving on into something else. And maybe it's not clear from the get-go what that something else is. More, maybe that it's becoming more clear about what is no longer. So that's Mars, Ketu, and the moon in your 10th house, beginning the year. Venus is retrograde, a very important planet for you, ruling your 4th, your home itself, and your 9th house, and what you would hope for in terms of, the changes that are happening. But it's retrograde in January. It's retrograde all of January until the end of the month. So you're really reassessing your whole home environment and what it is that you would like and what would make you happy, and what are your long-term goals and objectives. So it's, a lot of things to reassess for the long term, more so for you, Aquarius, more than any other sign perhaps. But also there's another aspect coming in here as Mercury by mid-month stations retrograde in your 12th and is joined by the sun. So the sun is your 7th lord, and it's very much about relating to others and your relationship and your partner. But when they come together and Mercury retrogrades in your 12th with Saturn Pluto in your 12th hemming these planets in, there is this sense of you needing you to focus on what it is that you need to reassess and let go of and review completely. And that's what's not working anymore and what needs reworking. Mercury retrograde in your 12th, it might not be very clear about what that is, but it's a process of making that clear and bringing all of these subconscious things, these dynamics into your more conscious awareness. Mercury wants to make things more conscious and rational, and rationalize what seems to be very irrational or unconscious. Because the subconscious, of course, is that, it's, why did that happen? Why do I feel like that? Why do I think like this? It's like Mercury in your 12th is actually asking you to really bring all of these things up from your subconscious to make them more conscious and rationalize them. But it might feel like that's a process in January. It might not be very clear from the get-go, especially after mid-month as Mercury stations retrograde. So let's move it forward. The first thing I want to mention is the new moon on the 2nd of January in your 11th sign with the Venus retrograde there. So this is very much about you reassessing, reevaluating your long-term objectives, especially around your home and what that includes, as well as travel plans, 4th and 9th lord. And the new moon in your 11th sign around very much of what you desire and what you really hope for, like your big ambition, desire. The new moon here is asking you to really reset your intention here, to really refocus on your desires. What would you like to achieve? So on the 2nd of January, it will be a good time to kind of really think about what it is that you want, and reassess this, reevaluate what's important to you, what's of value to you, why you want to do anything, why would you want to do anything, what would make you happy. This is a key thing about Venus, but very specifically for you, Aquarius, it's about happiness, 4th lord, and the 9th lord, the very auspicious 9th lord. So it's like, what would make you happy? So that's a big part of this new moon, even just thinking about these things on the 2nd of January. What is it that would make you happy? And of course, there's it can bring in relationship dynamics and all of that with Venus, and who would make you happy. So that's the new moon on the 2nd, the time to reset your intentions around that. The moon then, as it starts to wax and become more apparent in the night sky, starts to move into your 2nd sign and meet with Saturn, your ruler, Mercury, and Pluto, all gathering in your 12th sign. And the sun will move into your 12th sign also by mid-month. So there's a lot of emphasis on your 12th. And 12th house is, like I said, it's like finishing up something, it's ending something, it's like an end of an era for you. And this is reminding you of, all the things that you have ended, perhaps remembering the things that you finished up or having to finish things up. And how do you experience endings? And as you're moving from one stage of your life to another, how do you experience that? Those are the kinds of things perhaps that you're thinking about. And as Mercury, especially retrogrades, maybe rethinking how you approach that, and maybe rethinking about what needs to be surrendered. Maybe I need to give this thing up for this thing that I have to do, or that I would like to do. And so all of this is a part of this Mercury retrograde in your 12th. The moon then joins your sign, and Jupiter and Neptune, who are here for some time. Jupiter's been here for a few weeks now. Neptune has been here for many years now, nearly 14 years. And so there is a key shift occurring from this year into next year. And that is that Neptune is finishing up in your sign. It is not quite finished this year and move back in again and next year, but it will move out next year finally after 14 years. And so Neptune is not very clear. When it's in your sign, you might not be very clear about who you are and what you're doing in life, the direction your life is taking. And at the same time, it's an important stage of development because it's about dreaming big. It's about having kind of an ideal in your mind's eye about who you are and what you do. And subsequently, as Saturn moves in, summer of 2022, and then eventually, finally, then from January 23, this will be a time to make real these dreams. You have this ideal view of yourself. That's Neptune. Jupiter is adding fuel to that, even more idealized view of yourself and who you are. But then Saturn, your ruler, moves in to make these things real. And it'll be very apparent very quickly after Saturn moves in, but more especially in 2023, perhaps. But initially in the summer of 22, what isn't real and what needs to be made real. So it's like, what dreams can you make real? What fantasies are just that, just fantasy, and that can never be made real. And this is a process, and it's an ongoing process over many years, but I just wanted to highlight it now in January, because January is always a time when we think about who we are and what we're doing in life. And this is certainly a big part of the picture for you. It's dreaming big as well, thinking big, but bringing those dreams back down to reality always, eventually. So that's the moon as it joins Jupiter and Neptune. It might remind you of these themes about who you are and what you're doing. The moon then moves on, 7th, 8th, moves into your 2nd sign, and then joins Uranus in your 3rd. And Rahu, your Lord, will actually move into your 3rd by April. So it's a big theme of the year as well. As we'll talk about that moving forward into the year. But Uranus here is very like Rahu, and when they come together, that'll be a double dose of Rahu in a way in your 3rd. And the 3rd is about you going for what you want, you going for it. Just do it. It's grabbing it by the blank. Uranus in Aries has been retrograde for the last few months, so it might have been that you need to make a lot of adjustments to how you go for anything you want. But as it stations direct now in January on the 18th, and really for the month of January, it's this transition for Uranus. This sense of, well, how do I go for what I want, and maybe be open to different things that I want. 3rd house is also to do with sexuality. So whether you're expressing yourself through sex or your libido is expressed through some sort of other endeavor, it's about how do I use my energy and effort in getting what I want and being open to the unexpected. That's Uranus. So there might be some unexpected developments in January around these kinds of themes, around your energy levels in terms of an effort and a willingness to put the effort in and make something happen. Short travels could create kind of unexpected twists and turns by mid-month as well. That's something to be mindful of, as Uranus stations and then starts to slowly move forward again. So all of these things are something to be mindful of as the moon joins it by the middle of January. The moon then moves on and joins your ruler, the planet Rahu, or quote unquote planet. It's not a planet, it's a shadow planet according to Indian astrology. So it's a shadow, it's your shadow, it's our shadow. It's everyone's shadow. But your individual shadow is this sense of, you know, this kind of deep desire and want for something that maybe I don't even know if I want to admit to myself that I want this. That's Rahu. And because Rahu is in your fourth sign, joined by the moon now, exalted moon, by mid-month, you know, this is a time to be, and has been for the last year with Rahu here in your fourth sign, to be, you know, looking at what it is you want and what would make you happy. The only reason you'd go for anything is that you would make you happy. And that's the transition from the third sign into the fourth sign. The only reason you do anything is because you think it will make you happy. Rahu in the fourth, of course, shows changes or desires, obsessions, maybe even around things like home. I want this home, or I want this situation, I want this whatever experience because I think it will make me happy. But of course, Rahu in the fourth is about chasing something to the point where you can maybe feel like you're chasing your own tail in that way. And so it's important to recognize, you know, first of all, that happiness is just a state of mind. And really, perhaps a better strategy here would be to experience an inner joy that is not dependent on outer circumstances, on places or things. Because Taurus is very much about things, about tangible things as well. So this overly focusing on the home, perhaps, or on your happiness, on your well-being, could actually sometimes even like challenge that. You know, it's like, am I happy? You know, if you're constantly questioning it. So that's Rahu in the fourth. It always needs to be balanced, of course, with Ketu in the 10th in your career, and not neglecting your responsibilities in the world and doing the things that you need to do to create that stable home, that happiness in your home environment. And of course, many people these days are working from home, so they all get mixed up together anyway. And like with Mars, with the South Node Ketu in your 10th, it's like I said, it was like counterbalancing all of these kinds of things where you know, it could be imbalanced where you're overly focusing on what makes you happy and not doing the things you need to do. For example, that's Rahu in the 4th, Ketu in the 10th. But with Mars joined Ketu, it could show that you have to just do these, you just plow through these things that you have to do, and find more happiness. It had quiet downtime moments and whatever you're doing. So the 14th as well is there's a key couple of other shifts, and that is the sun moves into your 12th sign and Mercury stations retrograde. So this places so much emphasis on your 12th sign with an aspect from Rahu as well that, you know, you might not be very clear about the details about what you're planning for your future. And, you know, it just might not be clear right now, and that's okay. Even though the spotlight is here as well, and the 12th house is very much about what's hidden. It's asking you to look at maybe the blocks that you have as well to creating whatever you want to create. Maybe your creative blocks. What is that? You know, what does it mean to say my inner saboteur? What is a saboteur? It's all about the subconscious, the 12th house. It's all about what's hidden. And that's why the 12th house in astrology is often referred to as hidden enemies, but really they're basically just your own inner enemies. It's like your own saboteur, your own subconscious that gets projected out onto other people who then work against your own best interests in many ways, because they're just reflecting back to you your own saboteur. So Mercury retrograde here with the sun here as well in your ruler, and Pluto is asking you to really very deep into this and look at what is it that's holding you back from doing whatever you want to do, from planning whatever you want to plan in your life. And in your relationships too, because of the sun ruling your 7th. So that's a big theme that's going on, and will continue for the next few weeks, especially with Mercury retrograde from mid-January. But it's a big theme that's been going on for some time as well, because of Saturn for the last 2 years here and for another year. So then the moon moves on, and it's a full moon on the 17th into the 18th. And this is another counterbalance as Mars then moves into Sagittarius and breaks its link with Ketu in one way, but in another way, it's like creating this formation with all of the planets in just 3 signs on one side of the nodes, in Sagittarius, Capricorn, and Aquarius, your 11th, 12th, and 1st signs. So really, there's so much emphasis on just 3 that sometimes when there's too much focus, it's like you're putting all your eggs in one basket. You're overly focusing on these 3. You can lose perspective on that there are other parts of your life, as well. So this full moon on the 17th into the 18th is about, maybe finding that counterbalance and seeking that out. Now, the counterbalance here for the full moon itself is in the 6th sign and balancing out the 12th. So the 6th sign is about dealing with stuff, dealing with your everyday issues, whatever needs to be dealt with, your routines. What do I need to do every day? What do I need to manage every day, versus just always kind of just letting go and surrendering and maybe not making efforts. The 6th house is very much about making efforts. So the full moon in the 6th would be very much about making efforts in getting more balance right in your work life. And, yes, the 12th house can give you great inspiration in terms of the things that come up from your subconscious, but you have to actually put them to work and actually focus on work as well. So the full moon is actually probably more about working and making your life work better than anything else. Again, all the planets in 3 signs, 11th, 12th, and 1st, is very much about, well, yeah, this is what I want to achieve anyway. This is my ambition, but also I know I need to let go of this, and this is what I need to surrender in order for that ambition to come true. So that this is who I want to be now. It's like there's a lot of changes going on for you, Aquarius, at this time, and has been, like I said, over a long time, but it's kind of really kind of coming to a head in a way in the next few weeks and months in terms of the very personal changes that are going on for you, the deep psychological shifts that are happening for you that then therefore create very more obvious changes in your life moving forward into the spring, into April especially. So that's the full moon on the 17th, 18th. Moon then, as it does every month, continues to wane. It goes through your 7th sign, then moves on. I want to draw your attention to Mars now, the formation of Mars and Venus retrograde. And Venus actually by the end of the month, as the moon joins it, will station direct. So this is now a key shift. Again, all the planets you can see here in 3 signs, apart from Uranus. So that's a lot of focus on just these 3 signs. But now Mars is like giving fuel to Venus, and Venus is now moving forward. And Venus is such an important planet for you in terms of your happiness and what you're planning in terms of those kinds of longer term objectives, what would make you happy, especially around home living situations. Venus now direct can at least show that these things can move forward, and Mars coming up behind it shows a lot of passion to create these kinds of things, to go for something that you want, to achieve something that you want. And so the moon joining it here as well on the 29th and 30th, really emphasizing your objectives. What are your longer term ambitions? What do you want to make happen, and why do you want it? Perhaps the Venus retrograde all month of January is asking the questions why you want anything, what would make you happy. But really now that you've figured that out, then it's like, if I want this, then this is what I want. I really want to focus on this. It might not be so clear initially with Mercury retrograde, especially in your 12th house, how you can go about making it happen, the steps that are required, but that will come, clear after some time. Mercury will station direct on the 4th of February and then start to move forward. Eventually, all these planets will move into your sign, especially by the summer, and certainly by April, Saturn moving into your sign. Things will become more clear in the coming months. It's just right now, there's a lot to work out in terms of what do you want in the first place. Don't worry about the details, they'll come later on. So right now, I would say Aquarius, get clear about what it is that will make you happy, and feel your passion for something that you want, and find more balance between all of these things, which can feel sometimes imbalanced when you're overly focusing on what you want, and maybe sometimes need to leave that aside for a while and then come back to it later. So Aquarius, I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead, and moving on to the next sign, and that's Pisces. Hello Pisces, this is a forecast for Pisces rising and or moon sign for January 2022. So Pisces, your ruler Jupiter is continuing to transit your 12th house with Neptune. They're coming closer and closer together, leading up to their exact conjunction in April. And so this is a bit sort of diffuse and a bit unclear. You might not be very clear about your future plans in terms of your direction in life, because Jupiter, of course, is your first and 10th lord. So it's about your career and who you are and what you're doing in life. And the 12th house is unseen, it's hidden, and it's not very clear. Now, when you add it to Neptune, it's even less clear. And all the same, it also shows a possibility. It shows an opportunity of really tapping into all kinds of possibilities. What could happen here? Like anything is possible. I don't know what that is yet, but let me keep an open mind about this, and let me just allow the kind of the waves to rise in terms of being inspired by something that might not be too clear, but it's inspiring me nonetheless. It's like you go to sleep and you have this vivid dream of something that you want, or whatever it might be, or there's just a sense of something in the background that, oh, it's anything is possible here. I have this sense of what could be. And that would be a better use of these transits, probably, than trying to be really clear about the details as yet, because those will come clear in their own time anyway. So that is one thing I would say about Jupiter and Neptune. Now, the other thing to say is that by the 2nd of January, there is a new moon in your 10th sign, in Jupiter's sign, Sagittarius. And although Venus is retrograde here all of the month of January, this new moon on the 2nd is saying, okay, maybe reset some intentions here around what you're doing in the first place. What is your career goals and all of that. And, you know, the new moon anyway is a reset in any month, in any given month, but one at the beginning of the year in your 10th sign. It's like, what are you doing? Why would you do anything in the first place? Sagittarius is very much about what inspires you. And because of Jupiter's position then in your 12th sign, you really need to go deeply into yourself, into your subconscious, into your dreams, meditate on really what is inspiring you, you know, to move forward. Because unless and until you feel that inspiration, which is what Sagittarius is all about, then, you know, and also unless you can feel what needs to be, you know, surrendered, and feeling that inspiration and sense of purpose and dharma, you're not going to do the steps that is required to make it happen, which comes next, and the planning and all of that comes into it. And so that's very much also mapped out in the Saturn, Pluto, Mercury retrograde, Sun moving into your 11th sign in Capricorn. A lot of emphasis on Capricorn by mid-January, where you're going to be really focusing on the details, and maybe overly focusing on the details of making your dreams come true, and not being really clear about how you can make it happen and your ambitions happen, because Mercury's retrograde and it's not going forward, and it's hesitating, and it's, you know, even denying something temporarily, where it's not working. So obviously Mercury retrograde in your 11th therefore suggests that there's a lot of things that you have to rework, a lot of long-term plans that have to be rethought completely. Some things may have to be dropped, some things reworked, reassessed, and upgraded. Maybe upskilling, things like that, you know, will be a Mercury retrograde in your 11th. Thinking about these things together with this new moon in your 10th, and Jupiter in your 12th, it's like maybe there's a whole load of things that you have to really think about how you're doing them, why, you know, what are you getting from them, and what needs to be sacrificed, so you can move on. So that is, you know, the month of January in a nutshell, really, for you Pisces. But really, it's a month leading to, in the next few months, of major transition for you as your ruler moves from your 12th into your first by April. And as it does so and joins Neptune, again, there's some hidden dynamic going on here that if you are more clear about and not fantastical about, just very matter-of-factly about, you can then get clear about it and see what's in the way. What is that inner saboteur, perhaps, that is holding you back from doing what you want to do? Because as Jupiter moves into your sign in mid-April, therefore it re-inspires you, it really reinvigorates you, and recharges you and brings a breath of fresh air into anything that you're doing in April. But right now, it just might not feel like that breath of fresh air because it might feel like uncertain. With the 12th house, it might feel hidden from you in a way. It might feel like, where is that thing? But it is there. It's just kind of below the surface, like it's underneath the soil, and the seeds that you planted are there, but they haven't sprouted yet. They won't sprout until April. So be kind of mindful of, you know, that you've already planted, that you need to just be mindful of watering the soil, preparing the ground, preparing for that new shoot of life and that breath of fresh air that comes in by April. So that's generally what's going on in the next few months. But let's bring it out in terms of more immediately in January. This new moon in your 10th is an important time on the 2nd of January to, you know, to have some, you know, new intention about what you're doing, about, you know, anything you're doing. It doesn't have to be work related, but it's usually work, 10th house, career objectives and all of that. But it can be anything, any action that you're taking. Why do you do whatever you do? What inspires you to do anything? What gives your life meaning and purpose? That's the 10th house, Sagittarius. And again, like I said, because Venus is retrograde here all the way until the 29th of January, you're obviously reevaluating all of these things and why you go for anything at all. And all of the unforeseen circumstances that are involved, all the interactions that you have. How do you communicate what you want and what you do? And especially in your work, that's Venus retrograde. Let me move it on after the new moon, which then starts to wane or wax and moves into your 11th sign, joins Saturn, Neptune, Pluto. Sorry, Saturn, Mercury, Pluto. And the 11th sign is really a lot of emphasis on the 11th sign as well by mid-January, especially with the sun moving in here and Mercury stationing retrograde and reassessing this whole thing. So 11th sign, very much about what is your long-term objectives and your wishes for yourself long-term. 11th sign is your greatest ambitions. So it's like, you know, what do you want? Why do you do anything? So initially the new moon, the beginning of January, is about, you know, understanding you know, that inspiration, what it is you do that gives you a sense of inspiration and meaning and purpose. But the 11th sign is what you gain from that, you know, and if you obviously are not clear about what it is that you're meant to be doing, it's not as easy to gain from that. So the whole process now of Mercury slowing down and stationing retrograde and the sun coming in, spotlighting that, might be looking at, well, what do I desire anyway? What, you know, why do I desire what I desire? And tracing it back again to that new moon and that sense of inspiration, and looking within for that inspiration as well. So that's the moon joined planets in your 11th, and then the moon moves into your 12th, joined your ruler Jupiter and Neptune, and this re-highlights this kind of sense of what needs to be surrendered as well. And, you know, maybe you need to kind of let go of some things, just as much as you need to hold on to things. But what I would say more than anything, Pisces, is that there's something deep within you to hold on to more than anything, because obviously there's a lot of things that need to be let go of as your 10th Lord moves into your 12th. And you might not be clear about what you're doing in many ways, but if you can use the energy and channel it through surrender, then more and more, you know, things can be, more opportunities can be brought to you as well with Jupiter in your 12th. And Jupiter in the 12th is very much about giving anyway. And you are generally that kind of person, Pisces. You are the natural 12th house of the zodiac anyway. So it's not that you cannot do these things. You cannot surrender. You cannot surrender not just what your desires are or whatever you're doing, but also surrender to the great mystery of it all. You know, that, you know, you don't have to have all of the details worked out. There's a trust, there's a faith in the whole process. And this is also something that you can tune into more so when the moon joins Jupiter, Neptune on the 6th and 7th. The moon then moves into your sign on the 9th and 8th and 9th, and then into the 10th joins Uranus, which is now slowing in its retrograde and will start to direct, station direct on the 18th of January. But all of the month of January, there's a sense of these issues turning around in many ways. Now, the second sign is very much about resources and family and community and having that kind of stability and values. Uranus shows changes here, and you've been going through a lot of internal changes due to a lot of external changes that have happened already. And now it's time to, after having made those internal adjustments to what you look at in terms of what's important to you and the resources that you have and the people that are important to you and the family and community that you value, then therefore you can start to make external changes in the world around you again, with Uranus stationing direct and moving forward in the coming months. But it's in January a slow process of turnaround for a slow planet like Uranus. And it might make some changes, you know, and make them quite abruptly as well, even though it's a slow moving planet, as it's slowing down and stopping because it's intensifying its energy. But again, it's Uranus, it's a slow moving planet, it's not a visible planet. And so it might not be something you're consciously aware of happening, but just checking in with your finances, your values, your family, your community, the things that make you feel stable. Uranus can create a bit of instability. So just tapping into that and that need that you have, it's a need you have, but you might again not be conscious of it on some level that is there though. Like it's like shaking things up, the Uranus, all the time. So shaking up your finances, shaking up your family dynamics, shaking up your values, your core values and beliefs, these kinds of things. So then the moon joins Rahu, the north node, and really emphasizes this whole imbalance that's possible with Rahu in your third and Ketu, the south node, in your ninth. And Mars, although offering a counterbalance, joined Ketu in Scorpio in December and the first couple of weeks of January. There still is the possibility of imbalances. So Moon joined Rahu again in your third is about looking at the things that you want and your desires and what you want for yourself. Third house is very much about me, mine. I want to go for this. I want this. And Rahu does well here. So it's about, you know, you doing whatever it takes to get what you want. That's very much Rahu in the third. But Rahu in the third is also about you communicating whatever and not listening to anyone else. No other advice. That's Ketu in the ninth. So that's obviously an imbalance. And so that's something to be mindful of, that you're not just expressing opinions without advice. That's Rahu in the third, Ketu in the ninth. Having said that, like I said, Mars with Ketu in the ninth could show that counterbalance where you're having to work these things out in the ninth house and having to look at your belief systems and who has informed that and who continues to inform that, and maybe who needs to be, what needs to be addressed, what beliefs need to be addressed, what changes in beliefs have to be addressed for you to express something new. Rahu is always about new at every turn, and Rahu in the third is definitely about expressing something new, some new vitality and energy that is yearning to get out, to express itself. But if you're holding it back by just holding on to old belief structures that you have, then it's just going to feel a bit imbalanced as well. So it's about getting a balance between these two, between expressing yourself and, you know, removing the blocks to that, and removing some old paradigm within yourself, old belief within yourself, so that you can express something new. And then you might find your energy return. Now, having said that, Rahu is ruled by Venus, which is retrograde, and is in your 10th house, retrograde, ruler of your third. So this could be this kind of dynamic of, you know, reevaluating how you're spending your energy, how you do anything, and maybe redoing it, maybe reassessing whatever it is. So that's Moon joined Rahu. Then on the 14th, there's quite a few key shifts happening, and that is the Sun moves from your 10th to your 11th, and then Mercury stations retrograde in your 11th. So a lot of emphasis now, a lot of focus on your 11th, which is again your long-term objectives and plans. And so obviously it means that there's a whole reassessment that has to take place here, and, you know, why you do anything you do and what you would hope to gain from anything you do, involving, you know, your relations as well, how you relate to other people and what makes you happy. 4th and 7th Lord Mercury in your 11th. So very much about reassessment for the remainder of January into February. So that's Mercury retrograde. Now, the other key thing I want to point out here is the full moon on the 17th into the 18th. And this, is a time to find more balance also. There's a counterbalance that's possible here. So let me, pardon me, bring it forward. So 17th into the 18th, we have a full moon in Cancer. And with all of the planets otherwise lining up in your 10th, 11th, and 12th. And again, it's what are you doing? What do you hope to gain from it? And what do you need to surrender and sacrifice in order to do that? There's a lot of emphasis on those things, and maybe overly focusing on those things and finding that you're just kind of putting all your eggs into one basket and kind of losing perspective. While the moon then, on the full moon, joins or moves opposite all the planets in your 11th. In your 5th, it's about, well, actually looking at those nearest and dearest to you and looking for comfort and from them. So whether it's a child, whether it's a lover, whether it's just finding, that heart space with someone, or finding some creative output, some expressive, creative channel that you could express this that makes you feel comforted, so that it's not all about the kind of bigger picture, long-term view all the time, and always about working hard and, something's not working, some things need to be worked out at this time. If you're just overly focusing on all of those big issues, and you're not giving yourself a sense of comfort through the kind of things that give you comfort, whether it's your lover, a child, a creative thing that you're doing, whatever it might be, this full moon on the 17th into the 18th is a time to kind of really tune into that, to find more balance. So then to finish the month, the moon wanes as it does every month, and wanes into Scorpio, and then joins the nodes again by the 27th, 28th. And then on the 29th, it joins Venus. And it joins Venus as Venus stations. So here, Venus stationing with Mars having moved into your 10th from the 16th of January is giving a lot of fuel to your work, to your career objectives. And the moon joining here as well by the 29th as Venus stations direct and starts to slowly move forward. There is this sense now of you moving forward in terms of what you're doing in the first place. And especially, like I said, around career. So thinking about your career, and again, just as much about thinking about career and what you're doing as what needs to be let go of, is very much still underpinning this because of Jupiter's position in your 12th. And, to trust again in whatever you're doing, and that letting it go and putting it out there and realizing that something will come out of this. That's what I would say more than anything, Pisces. These transits suggest that, not to lose perspective, to do whatever it is you're asked to do. There are things to work out, some details to figure out, but just trust in the process. That's the 10th, 11th, and 12th house. And through that process, you come to a new dawning and a new sense of self, and an awakening even in April as Jupiter and then Neptune move into your sign. So Pisces, that's the month of January. It's a bit of a lopsided month. It's a bit of a stop-starty month. It's a bit of a false start in many ways, and then it kind of having to go back and reassess. But it's also a time to start anew, to set some intentions, to be clear about why you do anything, and to be inspired again to do something new. So Pisces, I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the month ahead. And they are all the forecasts for all of the signs. Thank you for tuning in. Give it a thumbs up if you've enjoyed this video. Comment if you have any questions, and please subscribe and share this video, so YouTube will share this video with others. Please subscribe and like, and please think about becoming a patron of Timeline Astrology also, because I have this Patreon page, patreon.com/Timeline Astrology. I write daily posts for patrons, so you get this kind of insight into astrology. I also have a Scorpio video club, I call it, where I share some of the secrets of Indian astrology, the techniques that we use, in an easy to follow format. So yeah, check it out. It's patreon.com/Timeline Astrology. Thanks again, and until next time.